How do you do that online? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, December 9th at just after 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's website, YouTube website. Please act accordingly. Let's see, all comments through the chair. And with that, I'll announce that HDC receives comments from the public at HDC public comment. Highly imaginative. HDC public comment at nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So
We'll do those present. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it's regular members minus Angus and Connie for the minutes maker. Let's see, commissioner discussion and or vote. HCC meeting and deadline schedule February 3rd, 2026, May 5th, 2026. And okay. Has anyone got any questions on the schedule? If not, motion. If you find something later, we can always make.
To approve the schedule? I'll make that motion.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Old business meeting hours. Folks, we're gonna try something new and different, and that is old business meetings will end sharply at 7 p.m.
oh, wow.
subject to the application that's in front of us being heard at the time. So
Oh, my
if we're
God.
here in one and it goes over to 7:03 or 7:05, so be it. We're gonna announce that for, I don't know, the next 3 meetings. So we'll start that in early January. I think so, right? Because how many meetings do we have before the new year? 3 more? Oh, just one more?
No way.
Yeah, the 16th next week, and then we're off.
And then you're off. Yeah.
Merry Christmas to the HDC. Look at that. So we'll start that in mid-January. I want to make sure people have an opportunity to adjust accordingly. We think that this will be productive for everyone.
Morale.
Morale, members of the public, workflow, work product, so on and so forth. Okay. Having said, is there anyone who needs to recuse from consents?
See,
And is there anyone who's online?
Joe and Carrie are both up there.
I'm here. This is Carrie, and we do have one on consent, I believe.
Well, which one? What number do you know?
Oh, it's late in the game. It's number, well, 29, midway.
Okay, and Joe, how about you?
I'm good. I have nothing on the consent list.
Okay, perfect. Val?
I do have 4.
Oh, you said, okay, so it'll be Abby, Joe, Connie, and myself. So is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
and I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Next up is consent with conditions. Any refusals?
No, not for me anyway.
Okay, so it'll be the members sitting here, Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Connie. We have a motion
So moved.
on your motion?
Aye.
Actually, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, now we are on to signs. Numbers 1 and 2, 22 Federal Street are the sign committee's recommendations to hold both of those applications for representation and a master sign plan. To be clear, that's representation at the sign committee.
Mr. Chair, I move to go with the sign committee's recommendations on these 5 signs.
Perfect. Same group as last, the members sitting at the table, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Commissioner Q&A with preservation planner. Is Holly on Zoom?
Holly is not on Zoom and she wasn't feeling good today.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys have Holly's comments in writing, so that's important. We're going to move right into new business. of November 18th. Oh, do we have any agenda announcements to make?
We do have one agenda announcement, 58 nobody are at the very end of the agenda will not be heard tonight. We have a new
Adrian?
agent, yeah, so they weren't prepared, so,
Okay,
but I reached out to the abutter and their legal representative unless somebody joins in later.
okay, so we'll see what happens when we get there, if we get there. But that will not be heard tonight.
Well, and actually, while we're at it, 6A Daffodil wanted to hold, that's number 5.
Number 5 of 12-9.
Yeah, 12-9, and then number 24, which is 53 Novadear Ave, also wanted to hold till the next new business meeting.
Number 2453. Yeah, okay.
Last page there.
Okay, so if we get to those and there's a butters, we'll address it. If not, that's fine. Okay. Brings us back to new business of November 18th, 14 Silver. Julie, hey, good evening. How are you? Come on down.
You have my application, you can put it up.
Frozen? Give it a chocolate. Maybe it'll perk up the computer.
I mean, like moving parts, I'm here in person.
Let me get my gear out here. Julie, what's going on in the landscape world in the subarctic temperatures?
A lot less than normal, actually,
Yeah.
which is good.
It's time to retool. Everybody gets a break.
Yeah. You let me know when.
Okay.
All right.
Good to go.
Okay, Julie Jordan for the applicant, 14 Silver Street. This is an 1830s cottage located in the New Guinea neighborhood and built probably by a builder during that time. This was already submitted and withdrawn due to some technical difficulties. And since then, we did make some adjustments, so, the initial, submission wasn't really paying attention to Holly's comments, so we did, make the following changes. And her comments were basically like less gardeny, less Main Street, more, rural New Guinea neighborhood aesthetic. So we removed the garden areas that appeared formal. We changed the brick pattern to running bond and added the brick apron of the street. We removed any edging on the driveway and added a natural grass median, trying to get a natural lane feeling, more casual appearance. We reduced the parking area from 3 cars and a turnaround to 2 cars and a turnaround. And we added some plantings on the edge of the driveway to soften and ensure no viewing of any programming on the rear of the house, which has a little expanded deck that was approved on consent through Emeritus. The design, we're hoping that we can continue to respect the following requirements by the client. A future building envelope of 40% allowed by zoning, which is shown on the front of the lot. Safety for exit and entrance, as this Silver Street is not safe to back out on. My design definitely softens the grade. I know that I looked at Holly's comments from this submission and her only questions were really about the grade, and as it exists right now, the street's at 25 and the driveway area is at 23. We're just gonna kind of, and the very back corner is the lowest part at 19.5. So there's a lot of grade change and it does receive a lot of neighborhood water. So the intention is not to manipulate the grade too much, but to be able to raise it up enough to provide drainage under the deck. And have it, not flood, but also not have a lot of hardscaping visible from the street. So the first floor elevation is 24. So I think we really did satisfy a very gentle, non-manipulated grade. And there's the section, let's see. So the gray, you can see that step, we push down a little bit right in front of the house, and then we lift up at the back exiting the house.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Good.
Well, we just hope that you appreciate our efforts to keep the aesthetic of this neighborhood and that you'll. Yeah.
Thanks. So I actually had this on, to review for consent. I put on consent, given Holly's comments and, even more so the design itself, I felt was in keeping with the area, and, I appreciate sensitivity to grade. Questions for Julie? Anyone?
What, oh, sorry.
Okay, concerns? It'll be, members sitting here. One, two.
You put it on consent?
I had, but I wasn't here and it got pulled. And it didn't get heard.
Through the chair. I think Abby pulled it because
Yeah.
we had talked about it.
Okay,
I just have one question.
yes.
What is indicated with the dots? What are those?
Oh, that's the existing driveway, just to show, so that always this house was able to come in and turn around.
No, I mean
Oh, the
the,
dots is planting. The
okay,
dotted
just
one
general planting.
is general planting.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm fine.
Stephen,
Yeah, Mickey.
may I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Board or group. And regarding what the other members besides myself are Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. So we still feel that this is more driveway and parking than you would normally expect to see in the old historic district. To have a turnaround parking driveway area is sort of unusual, I would say. Downtown, they can, a typical 2-car parking lot would be a straight singular width driveway. And backing into the street. Silver Street is not a very busy street. Almost everybody in town backs into the streets that they front on. So all the other changes are fine. It's just the driveway that we had concerns with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Concerns?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Well, as one who goes down and goes onto Silver Street every morning, from Pine, look, Silver Street can be very difficult because there's people, it's two ways in that area. People are coming off of Pleasant Street, heading up Pine Street. There's people coming down Pine Street, turning onto Silver. This is like a seriously congested little area. I'm not complaining, love the neighborhood, but I do think that, being able to navigate your way out of this very deep lot, I think, your ability to have that is a good thing, not a bad thing. So, I respect Mickey's opinion, although I think that this is fine as drawn. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Things I took into consideration in putting on consent. Also that the distance of the turnaround is, half the depth of the lot. So it's not as if the turnaround is street side and it diminishes your view of the structure, which would be the case if we had tandem parking versus a stacked. You'd have one more car obstructing view of the house. So I was actually okay with this, as I previously mentioned. Abby, and then we'll go to anyone else with a concern and a motion.
So I still have concerns about parking in front of the historic house, and I'd like to see it reduced. I think that we're making concessions for cars and parking over our guidelines of not having cars parked in front of a house. So I'd like to see the parking reduced. I understand the concerns, but there are a heck of a lot of historic houses on that street that are backing in and out of there all the time. And yes, it is congested, but I would like to see the parking reduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Val, anything?
No, I understand the concern about the parking, but we have a real problem with cars. And backing out is hard. Uh, I think we need to start thinking about that, so that's my comment.
Japanese mini trucks. Connie, anything to add?
No, and I know where this is located and the other street abuts it, so it's kind of a tricky little spot. And I do know a couple houses on Silver that have parking in front. They are lower, but they do have unfortunately parking in front of the house, so I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion, please?
I have one question, sorry.
Sure.
If the goal is to reduce what's directly in front of the house, is there an ability to just make that a little shorter in front of the house and they can still turn around and go out? I don't know. I'm not a parking designer.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Julie.
Well, I am, you're not. I would say that we have, first of all, I appreciate everyone's comments on 14 Silver and particularly in this section, there's only about 4 houses that back out onto this two-way section, and backing up and upgrade and out, I don't think is a viable solution. We have already reduced the parking by, 30% on both sides, the turnaround and the parking area. And I wanted to point out that the cars, I didn't put any cars on the drawing so that it doesn't look busy, but I wanted to point out that the cars will be resting toward the town parking lot, toward the shed. So you'll still have a wonderful view of the front door of this historic cottage. And the parking is significantly deep enough to respect the HDC desire not to have cars all willy-nilly in front of the house. So I do believe that, and especially as it exists right now, cars park literally right in the middle and are able to do a full circular turnaround. So I think it's a good compromise for safety and historic benefit.
Thank you. All right, guys, I think this one's cooked.
I'm gonna move to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One,
Let the record reflect 4 in favor, Abby opposed. Okay,
Thank
thanks, Julie. 5 Copper Lane, remove a window. We have rep. Here we go. All right, well, let's hold it for a half hour. So we'll say 10 to 5, otherwise known as 4:50. And just like that, we're on to 14 Beachgrass. 400 square foot shed. That's a small garage, Pat.
Yes, thank you.
All right, once you see the site plan, again, please be succinct and also let Fiona know if you want to flip through pages. Oh,
Could you-
1-page job.
Go to the next page, the site plan itself. Thank you. This is Structures Unlimited presentation of a shed. It's a 2-story shed. Second story is intended as an art gallery, art studio for the owner. The owner's intent was to maintain the yard for his children while at the same time giving them the ability to store their bicycles during the summer months and in the winters in the bottom half, and his wife to be able to go upstairs to the second story while painting and doing things of their interest. I greatly appreciate approval on this possible.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see, it'll be members here and Joe.
I can start.
Yes, please.
It's, yeah, I got a feeling everyone's gonna have the same comment on this. It's ridiculously vertically proportioned. If John was here at this, well, John would roll over in his grave if he saw this. It's just nowhere near the proper proportion for a gable structure. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
I can add something that's along the same lines, but not exactly. And I guess it's related to the fenestration relative to the width of the dormers, that it feels under fenestrated in a way, and that doesn't help the verticality of it. Overall, the windows feel small relative to the shingle area. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Anyone else, Bill?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
me, it's the west is, I believe, what faces the road, and there is no window on the second floor. That is a really big anomaly. So yeah, it is proportion, but some fenestration as well.
Okay, thanks. So for me, oh, Abby, you want to talk?
No, I just, the ganged windows are inappropriate
Okay. On the gable side, the east elevation.
and in the dormer.
Okay. Let's see. So south elevation, well, for me, primarily height has been said. Two, it's height so close to the street. It's literally, you know what, less than 5 feet from the street. So that's very atypical in that location to begin with, to have a two-story structure, ancillary structure so close to the street. In addition to that, having a set of stairs so close to the street is, to me, problematic. And I think that the height challenge on this, given its proximity to the street, isn't just it needs to come down a foot or a foot and a half. It's like it's a story too tall.
Mhm.
Is there anyone who's
No.
thinking differently, or I don't want to give the
I agree.
applicant's agent a wrong?
No, but I have a question for Patrick.
Okay. Well, wait, let's just be clear. Is there anyone who believes that a two-story structure is appropriate in this location? Okay. Val, go ahead.
Patrick, is it meant to be an exempt shed? Sorry.
Well, now we're getting into zoning.
No,
really.
I understand that, but an exempt shed can't be over
It is-
16
it is-
feet tall.
It also can't be more than 200 square feet, so there's no way that it's an exempt shed.
It also can't have 2 stories.
Yeah,
There's like a million reasons why it can't be one.
and a shed is for storage purposes. It can't have heating, it can't have other things. This is really a studio called the shed. So we're basically, Pat, looking at for revisions if it's gonna be in this location to a one-story structure, and we'll let you take it from there.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Move to hold for revisions.
Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Next up, we have 2 Little Island Lane rooftop solar. Good evening, Tobias.
Thank you, members of the board. Hope you all had a great stroll. Little Isle Lane, this is a little tiny street over by the airport. It's a corner lot. It is very heavily screened, and so there's no visibility of the solar. We've included some solar on the additive mass to the northern side of the structure, and then we're doing solar on the dormer that faces more to the northeast. It's a very flat dormer on the back side of the structure, and looking for your approval.
Okay, thanks.
Happy to answer any questions you have.
We'll roll carry into this rotation, and does anyone have any questions for Tobias before we share concerns? Okay, any concerns?
No.
Nope.
Nope. And who had this one? Joe. Joe, did you have anything oh, he's not on this one. Okay, so what about a motion?
Well, could I just ask a question about some of the placement?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't quite understand why it's not, so you've got it all in the dormer, I guess, on the south, and then you've got those 6 on the north.
Yeah, so the building's kind
and
of like,
east.
the building's kind of, it's rotated like east-west. So the dormer is facing away from the street. And it slightly faces west as well. So like it's kind of an east-west orientation of what we're trying to do.
So I was just, I was hoping that maybe you could move those 6 onto the same plane as the ones on the dormer to just to keep it consistent and leave the south
Yeah, there's just-
elevation
there's
without any.
There's just some shading there.
From the dormer itself?
From the dormer itself. It's really tall dormer.
Okay.
Oh, I
Anything
see.
else, Abby?
No.
Okay. So I'm actually okay with this given, no one else had a concern, right?
No.
I'm actually okay with this given the existing vegetation is a heavy screen and therefore a mitigating factor on the front location. Please have that reflected in the minutes. And I would suggest that the motion would include existing screening to be maintained from time of installation in perpetuity.
That's my motion.
Okay, so on your motion,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carried unanimously. Good to go.
Thank you very much.
And let's make note, they're on the north, the bulk of them, and they still get power.
But they're also on a dormer, so it's a very sharp, it's,
I get
Yeah.
it. I'm just saying, we're always told it's only the south.
okay.
Okay. 74 Orange Street, demo rear 210 square foot shed. Is Jason with it? Oh, hey, Jason, how are you? I recognize you with your hat.
For the owner.
Okay, so you kind of know the drill. Once it's up, we'll take a look at the site plan, tell us what you want to do, and we'll go from there.
So as we began cleaning up over there, we got into cleaning up the back structure there. And my guys were in there and the structure is basically falling down on them, so I pulled them out of there. I'm just looking for permission to demolish this. The owner's not gonna, she wants to put it back up, but she can't do it right away. That's why I want to go through this and make sure that we've got everything on the record here with the survey and whatnot. But we just need to finish putting that thing in the dumpster, and that's really what I'm asking for.
yes.
There's nothing salvageable there. It's completely infested with our friends, the rats. And there is not a neighbor around there for anywhere that's happy with that structure. So I just asked to get permission to take that down. And when and if she chooses to put something back up, we'll tackle that at a later date. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks. Questions for Jason?
Comment.
Amen. Go ahead.
I like the use of the word structure. It's,
That's a loose.
is it really?
It
I'm kidding.
literally fell on my guys when we were cleaning it, so I just told them to get out.
Yeah, it's a hazard.
Yeah.
And just, I know this is gonna come up in the discussion, but this is not like, 5 years ago, somebody decided to do a demo by neglect. This thing has obviously been in bad, like horrible state of disrepair for quite a long time, as evidenced by the photographs and all the garbage that's just piled up in there. Anyway,
We're on
my-
dumpster number 14.
Wow.
there you are.
So
It's poor Alfred in the island.
Is at one of his other residences right now.
Oh,
filling the sheds. Okay, does anyone have any concerns?
There wasn't any historic reference, right?
Oh,
There was.
Mm.
Well, could we just add that to the approval? Whatever the date of it, if there's a date.
Yeah. There's an approximate date based on the Sanborns.
yeah.
Which is
Right.
in the application.
Yeah, it's in the application.
Okay, so what do we want to do, folks?
Motion to,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
sorry, before you make a motion, there's someone with their hand raised.
Do they have a name?
Robu Haiji,
Are you ready to?
yeah.
Okay. Robu Haji, are you here
I
for?
don't know about this.
I would like to prepare to what's happening here is in USA is quite devastating. I would like them to
Go ahead.
even
Thank you, Raju. We'll see you next time.
Hang on, get another.
if you have a particular concern, please chat it in. We don't want to disenfranchise anyone, especially a Zoom bomber.
Okay.
All right,
Moving right-
motion?
Did we? Yes, I believe Connie was about to make a
A
motion.
motion to approve as submitted.
Submitted. Everyone's at the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you for cleaning that up.
Thanks, Jason.
My gosh, there was radiators and everything.
Drove by there every day for a long time and I said, pity the poor fool that has to clean that up.
You're right. Wow.
Yeah. Oh.
That's fake. That's fake.
All right, go 7 Maple Lane. Matt? Is it Matt here? All right, so we'll hold those for a half hour.
He was
I just saw Matt.
I know,
He
4:32.
might be out in the pizza.
So it'll be 5:02.
Mr. Chair, there's somebody else with their hand raised.
Toby, can you go see if he?
Same thing, Kathy, just be ready to pull the switch.
Maya Chaz.
Connie.
Connie.
And Maya, what application are you here for? Please state the application you're here for before you begin talking about anything else. Thank you.
America? Who's that?
Saying anything.
Okay.
Maya?
Maya, what application are you here for? Yeah, okay, let's just go ahead and shut it off. Okay, Matt. I hope to
Back-
remember that.
It's like back to back. Bars.
Can you just not let
No,
people in?
no, I don't have the authority to do that.
Who does?
They register online on the link on the agenda.
Yeah, we
You
need
can't
to
stop
get the
that.
select board
You
set
can't
up.
stop that.
Well, the select board has it that you don't, and the planning board has it, and the ZBA have it, that you aren't allowed in to the meeting. Right, no, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying for offline discussion, we want the Zoom capabilities that the other boards and committees have because it serves a purpose, and that purpose is that the meeting is controlled and it's not disruptive such as this, because this could happen every evening and it is a PIA. Okay,
Matthew.
please go ahead.
Okay, sure. So these are revisions. This is a house that you've already approved, and so if we pull up the drawings, we can just run through them, but they're mostly exterior changes, which is obvious, but so I think we can run through the elevations.
Joe, you'll be up on this one.
Okay.
So probably one of the larger ones is there's a breezeway between the garage and the main house, and there's a specific request from a client to have this intersecting gable, if you will. Breezeways are great. We love them just because they're like protected areas when you're going into the main house or the garage. This has like this added element of the intersecting gable. The remaining portions are some minor fenestration changes which are clouded. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
I can go on, if you'd like, because it was on my thing. So the reason I brought it to the board's attention was because it's already a very large house. And I think the breezeway connecting it to the garage gives that impression of it just being even larger and creates that sort of a negative mass that we don't usually try to do. So that's why I thought it would be better to have everybody look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Does anyone have a concern with this design?
I don't like that. Well, I shouldn't say I don't like. I don't think that the little intersecting gable, it's very intrusive into what is otherwise a very peaceful design. And to Abby's point about this floating, even if you remove that intersecting gable, it would be nice, and this is definitely like a secondary concern, only because Abby brought it up, but like if it were grounded in some way by having, posts at either end or pilasters or something so that it didn't look like it was just kind of floating there between the two buildings. That's just a suggestion, but my main, concern, if you will, is that intersecting gable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else fail?
I agree with Ray.
Okay.
I
So
agree with Ray.
sounds like we want to thanks, Joe. Sounds like we want a motion to hold for revisions, Matt.
Sure, that's fine.
So
We get
moved.
3 chances, remember that.
I know.
Oh.
No, it's just this.
This is an easy fix.
Or I mean, do we have a suggestion we want to just throw at Matt?
I would be happy with just
Done.
taking off the front gable if he wants to put it on the back. Who
We can do
cares?
that.
We can't see it, but
Can you ground that with some lattice poles on lattice or something? Not a full width, but just like a left, right, some plant material, something to,
Sure, we could do that.
how about an exhibit A? 1 foot panels, left to right, 4-inch on center, 3/4 inch cedar.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds great.
And we'll move the,
remove the
And
gable.
move
remove
that,
the
you
gable.
want us to move it to the back?
There is one on the back. You can keep that.
Sure, if we could keep it on the
Oh,
back, that'd be great.
okay.
Yeah, a little look in.
So could I, okay,
No, consensus has been reached.
all right, fine. I just
Can
think
we
it's
get an exhibit
awfully
A?
high.
I mean, we heard you. We're just thinking that we're all kind of doing individual
But
things.
it's going a little fast, so.
Okay, well, sometimes we don't have to be super slow to be good. Can we get an exhibit A volunteer?
I'll do it.
Your motion?
Well, to approve this as per Exhibit A is going to remove the intersecting gable on the visible side. Which side is that, folks?
That is the
West.
west.
Okay, removing the intersecting gable on the west side and adding 1 foot of lattice on either side to ground the breezeway. That's my motion.
Okay, Joe's with us, so on your motion, right?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Let's see, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
No,
and I'm an aye. So let the record
And
reflect
Joe.
4 in favor. Joe, I got.
Okay.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, Abby.
who's gonna do the
Thank you.
exhibit A?
Okay, Carrie, you're up on the next one. Oh, same property?
Yeah.
So
I think it's,
what?
No.
I think it's for the garage, but it's because they're being connected.
Oh, okay, so can we just get a motion to approve subject to exhibit A of certificate 13117 revision?
Well, this has window revisions too.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we just hear this?
Hmm.
Matt, it's a window revision, 1?
Yes, and I think when we look at the drawings, I think because this was held, it's not on the agenda. So I can't see it.
It's a removal, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Does anyone have a concern with it? Abby, you had this. What was your concern?
I don't have a concern with this, just the,
With the
to
other-
the breezeway.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Can we get a motion unless someone has a concern with this? Joe, any concerns?
No concerns, thank you.
And we'll make this motion, please, to approve as submitted, subject to is there a COA number on them yet? Is there a file number on the prior one that we can reference?
Well, yeah, the second one is revision. It's 13298. That's the
Well, no,
last
this one
slide.
this is. I just got
No,
handed one that says
Oh,
exhibit A.
sorry.
Is
Sorry,
that
so
the
on,
table?
hang on a second, Mr. Chair, on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
That's the COA number for that,
Perfect.
the first 7 maybe.
Perfect, thank you. So this would be approve as submitted, subject to HDC 2025-11-13756. Is that your motion? Someone?
Give me my motion.
All right, on your motion. Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Well, I'm not sure because they're combined, so I'll just say no.
no, for consistency. Okay, fair enough. Let the record reflect Abby is consistent.
Thank you.
So this is the exhibit A.
Okay.
And if you would just write that this one is subject to that exhibit A, that would be very helpful for staff. Thank you. Okay, bear with me,
Can I stay
Matt.
off for this next one, just while we're in this?
So let's see, it'll be Carrie and Connie on this one. And no. 7 White Street, new dwelling,
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
please.
So this is a project that you've reviewed and approved previously. So there's a new dwelling that was approved and the property changed hands and we're working with the new owner and they pretty much completely changed the design. So there was a dwelling of the same size. I actually think this one's a little bit more successful actually, but with that, there is an existing structure that's on the property. It's a full 2-story structure that we had previously had approved and subsequently made some changes to, which were put on consent. So all the trim details match the existing structure, the new window type, rake detail, color scheme. And with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank
I
you.
have a question.
Val?
Matt, that house is staying, correct?
The
That's
existing structure.
right. That's the only thing is, I think it's important to see that. I don't know if you guys remember it. It's a full 2-story.
Yeah, thank you.
Um,
Important. Anything
and
else?
yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Anyone else questions? And we'll go right into comments. And again, it's Carrie and Connie active. Why don't we start with Carrie?
I did have a question. This is the house versus the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and because I recall the main house, but I mean, the house that was approved before, is it not appropriate to ask to see that?
That's what I'm saying.
Is it not appropriate to see that? Well, yeah, of course we can ask to see that. Matt, do you have any images?
I probably do. One sec here. Give me one sec. Take me just a minute here.
Matt, anyone can register, you know that now.
I do know that now. Do know that now.
I'll see if I can pull it up.
Sorry, sometimes like it's
Might be able to find it
that
faster
my
than I
thing.
can.
Whoever's driving the bus, could they put the site plan on, please?
We have 2 bus drivers currently, so there's
Oh, okay,
a little bit of a, but we will.
thank you. I see it now.
God, it's so cold out. My feet are still cold from riding my bike.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course.
yikes.
You gotta get those hot pockets and put them in your
That's a good
socks.
idea. Actually, I could get the ham flavored ones and then I could have dinner afterwards.
Or electric socks.
Oh,
This
Don't-
is
Weren't they?
for the people who are here. I don't know how to show Carrie the house that's there.
So it's a 5 bay and the middle bay over the frontis is a dinky window.
Correct.
I'll take a picture and send it to you, Carrie. So there is
well,
a
I kind of recall it actually. But I just wanted to do a comparison, but it seems like we won't be able to do a comparison between page to page. But I mean, this is an approvable house. It's on a humongous site. It's a very large house, but it is set back and there's not a ton of visibility of this building. I know White Street, okay, not great, but I'm gonna hold my commentary for the moment. Thanks.
It's probably gonna take me longer than we have, and I don't want to waste the board.
Matt, just hold on a second. Val, did you send her a picture?
I did.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
I'll
You're-
send one to Matt too.
Johnny on the
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, Val, while you're doing that, can you also comment?
So for me, it's the proximity to the new structure and that they're so disconnected. That is my concern. This is, 2/2, that's 6/6. They're 2 completely different language.
Mhm.
Even though that one is set back. Matt, I can't remember. Did you get that approved to change the windows?
I believe we did as part of that recent renovation, as the recent like minor revision. So in the previous iteration, you had actually approved barn board siding. And we had a cupola and then we kind of like stripped away the cupola, the barn board siding. And we kept it really simple, so it's shingles, so that the windows match the new proposed. It's cottage, I think it actually has corner board, so it's a really simple structure.
So it's no longer barn-like.
Well,
It's
it
no
would be
longer
helpful
barn,
though to have
yeah,
that.
but it does, if I could, it does have barn language, if you will. It's got like a pent roof that goes across the front. We added a garage, so, but yeah, this, the network's not cooperating with me, so otherwise I could pull it up.
All right, so Matt, you know, and for future reference, slide a couple images in there if there's another one on, if there's another structure on the lot.
Sure.
But this will be a bilingual compound. You are intending it to have a different language
Well,
vocabulary.
The
design.
window style will match, the rake details will match. It'll be consistent. Just, I mean, if I had a, opportunity to alter this existing structure, I probably would have dropped it to like a story and a half and dormers so that it was somewhat complementary. But I think that because it's an existing structure and we don't want to demolish it or take it away, we've tried to, package it in a way that it looks, cohesive with the new proposed dwelling. And I would actually say that it still does have a barn vernacular. Now, it doesn't have the barn board, but it does have like a continuous pent roof across the front with brackets. We added a garage bay. So it's feasible that it could have been a barn. We just omitted like the cupola on the barn board.
Okay, and this, just to be clear, is on the back of the lot behind
Not that far behind.
from White Street. Well, it's behind them.
I think we'd feel more comfortable if we just had that.
I could show you both.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it in. I think, I mean, this is behind the mat, it's shown in the white footprint, not the secondary dwelling, right? Or is it the secondary dwelling labeled on the site plan?
It's a secondary dwelling label on
Okay,
the site plan.
okay, so it's a little more visible. I thought it was the one behind it. Okay, but let's give design comments, right? We're not gonna hold up a house based on what is there, are we?
It's a little cart before the horse, because if we'd known that, we might have been able to, make it sort of a.
Okay, looks like
There's
we're
a-
gonna hold it. I don't understand that, but.
I'm sorry.
There's just,
We
there's a
asked
bit
people
of,
to give
just,
us all the information. If we
there's-
don't have it, we move past it.
That's totally fine.
Well, we don't consistently do that, but I'm not here to argue with commissioners. It's just, it's a dwelling at the back of it, so. Okay, so Matt, we're gonna hold this for additional information. You're not gonna get design input. And we will see you, what's the next meeting?
16.
Yeah, the 6th is the next meeting. He missed the deadline for the,
Yeah, so we'll see you in January.
Okay.
well,
Just to
January,
be
yes.
clear,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has a problem with this design.
No.
It's just that we'd like to see the two together, and I don't think that's unreasonable. Thank you.
Excellent. I think it's unreasonable not to give design input on the structure, because if we have concerns with this, Val, I'm not gonna argue with you. As you are, please don't raise your voice with me. As you are entitled to express your opinion, I, as the chair who is facilitating these meetings, and as a member, I'm entitled to express my opinion. And I believe that if someone has a material concern with the massing, it is beneficial to share that with the rest of the group, so the other members can be made aware of that. We can have that discussion, and Matt gets that feedback with time to make changes. So that's what I was suggesting. Instead, we're gonna hold it and we'll go from there. Next up.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to have him put it on for the January 6th meeting? Since you guys didn't really talk about the design.
I think he's gonna, yeah, Matt, just get it as quick
That'll
as
be
you
new
can.
business, so just submit the plans or the pictures that Val was referring to.
Yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't be here to the 13th.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really talk about the design, so,
Okay,
okay,
thank you.
Yeah.
sure.
So now we're gonna move on to 4 North Water Street. Mirka?
So we can start it. I don't think so. We'll be able to connect.
Okay. Did you see these? I don't know if you're on these yet. We're on both of them. 2 little islands, some people weren't.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so we're gonna go back in the rotation to, Carrie will be next.
So,
So I'm sorry, Mirka, hold on a second. So, we did begin to design We did begin to discuss that, however, briefly, so we have established it in a board. Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear. Okay, go ahead, Mirka.
Okay, so this is application for the hardscape for the 4 North Water Street. In general, the structure was already approved, so we tried to improve the appeal from the street. As of now, you can see some, pre-existing look. There's this big, massive brick parking lot, which we want to reduce, bring a little bit more greenery, address the ADA accessibility. We need to accommodate for the ramp, which we isolated on the right side. We are using the existing wall in the background. You can see there, you might be familiar with it. And then bringing back to the back patio where we are just using all appropriate materials between the pistone and brake, which none of the back area will be visible. Part of the ramp is we would like to propose a little bit like a pergola structure, just owning the kind of walk through, which will make the arrival to the backyard in a kind of nicer way. Part of the application is also a little freestanding fireplace, which again will not be visible once the all screening and plans will be in place. And this way I'm open for questions.
Okay, Mirka, thanks. Questions? Board again is regular members and Carrie.
Sorry, Steve, I thought Harry was on the last.
She was in Connie, but we didn't really get into it, so I'm gonna reset. Carrie would be up next. No questions.
I have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just the 6'4" wide arbor, is that the length of that parking area? Like, is that arbor like, because your drawing looks like it's one long arbor over some walkway.
Yes, that's
right?
over the ramp. Yes, that's
It's over the ramp.
ADA
So the arbor goes the entire length of the ramp?
That's correct. It's practically like extended pergola if you think of
Right,
it.
right.
Like very narrow pergola you can pass through.
Is that right on the street, Mirka?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is sort of highly unusual. I don't think I've ever seen something like that downtown, and I'm not so sure it's fully appropriate. I think I've walked under things like that, but not on Nantucket. So I'm questioning that.
Okay, thanks. Ray.
Steven, it's Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey.
Thank you. So I'd echo Carrie's comments about the pergola. I think it's a little unusual. It's going to be quite visible seen along the side. Also, the walkway itself is made of bluestone. In downtown, sidewalks and walkways are traditionally made out of brick, so we prefer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray.
Yeah, so, well, Mirka, I think you're going to be getting pushback on the long pergola. As an element, I respect what you're doing. I just seriously don't think it's appropriate for downtown. It's kind of more appropriate for a country estate. Ditto on the freestanding fireplace in the back, which I believe you'll be able to look back and see. Those two elements to me seem like very, out of town, large country residence type elements, but that's the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said, especially the bluestone to the left of the driveway that is near the more, which is right next to the historic house. I would like to see the pergola pulled back at least to the back of the driveway so it starts at the garden. I'm wondering what the material is suggested here to the left of the bluestone, to the left of the driveway, that's a sort of a sage green.
It would be garden planting.
That will
plants.
be planting. So just to soften this a little bit, I'd like to see either some, a small privet hedge or something so it alternates between a hardscape and then some vegetation and then a hardscape again. Just to soften this. I think it's a bit hard this is a huge departure from what's there now, that is, quite simple and quite historic. And so I'd like to see with some of those changes. Thanks.
Thanks, Abby. Let's see, who does that leave? Val?
Me. Mirka, is the walkway to the left of the brick parking also bluestone?
Yes, and I just wanted to differentiate pedestrians versus cars. But yeah, it's bluestone for pedestrians.
So that's already approved?
Pardon?
Is that already approved?
No, none of the
Okay.
landscape is
Okay.
approved.
So just keep that in mind. Both strips are that. So I think they should probably go back to brick.
Anything else, Val?
No, I agree with what's been said.
Okay, thanks. Mirka, correct me if I'm wrong, but the driveway is actually significantly less wide than existing.
Thank you
and
for
less deep. So
that.
we're actually decreasing the brick surfacing.
I appreciate your comment, Mr. Chair. Yes, actually, the entire area right now before the wall, all of it is massive brick parking. So we are scaling down for parking, just 2-car parking, and actually breaking up the hardscape with the massing of gardens.
Gotcha. So historically, that's a lot of horse carts that were parked there. And then, so you're breaking up you're decreasing the parking area, you're breaking up the current view into the backyard is that a retaining wall with 3 or 4 steps? So what?
That's
30
correct.
inch?
And that's only piece is pre-existing. There is the existing retaining wall, so we would like to salvage it in a way.
And then to take it that on the far side of the wall, you're adding vegetative screening such as privet?
That's
and a tree?
correct.
Okay, so the backyard basically will be effectively screened.
That's correct.
Okay, so on the pergola, I have concerns with this being there as shown without established vegetation. I think with established vegetation, it's actually going to be quite charming. But I would suggest that if the board sees its way to have one of the sections, and I would suggest the one closest to the street because from a design standpoint, it creates a sense of entry to that ramp. Subject to vegetative binding, and maybe come back afterwards on the other and come back afterwards on the fireplace when you can establish that it's not going to be visible. And are you okay with, you're good with, well, we're going to determine brick as the sidewalk material. And do we want to eliminate the pergola and the fireplace and modify the bluestone to brick, or do we feel we need to have Mirka come back with the revisions written in?
I'd like to see a few revisions because I'd like to know if what exactly the vegetation is to the left of the walkway on the left, and it's not called out on this
Just ask.
design.
Yeah, it's right now pre-existing garden, which we would enhance. I was thinking to maybe, since you are asking, to maybe bring a little bit of privet hedge to just delineate it. As Mr. Chair mentioned, we will have a privet between the back and front, between the parking and the backyard. So yeah, the side vegetation, it's supposed to be just appealing. It's in town, just really make it friendly and old town feel to it. If it goes to the pergola, pulling it back or shortening it, I think that's can work. Definitely, we are intending to put some climbers on top of it. So really gentle, make the appearance gentle. And it's supposed to really just make nice entry to this beautiful backyard.
So what would the plant material be?
For what right now? For plant.
Or the driveway, between the driveway and what will be a brick sidewalk versus bluestone?
So I have no problem with brick. Just want to say that, instead, and then everything what would be surrounding the parking and the walkway, I would love to keep it as a nice 24 to 30 inches garden, so you can see.
Can you name a plant for us?
Perennials mix of, I want to say lavendel,
Or
nipida,
a perennial beds?
just perennial bed, yeah, something beautiful, blooming.
And I just, it's incumbent on me to point out, if we have an opportunity to get information and make a modification, the resubmission of application takes a ton of amount of time for staff to process. And simply getting some information, if it's warranted, and we can make a decision is, a responsibility I believe we have. It's not a matter of rushing things through. It's a matter of getting the information and making an informed decision.
And if,
Okay, so we have the information. What do we want to do?
I'd like to make a motion for revisions.
Okay. Abby would like to make a motion for revisions.
And I'd like to see more things called out, like what is the vegetation? Is there privet? Changing the bluestone to brick? What is the driveway looks like it's herringbone? Did people notice that? I don't know. Sometimes we don't.
That's the pattern that's showing.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so I just want it to be a complete drawing. Thank you.
Okay, and let's establish that standard for every application going forward.
Yeah.
Including everyone's.
Mhm.
Okay, so Mirka,
Mr. Chair, could you
Yeah.
say that again?
we're gonna establish this is standard for everyone. I feel there's a lack of consistency on our part, and it's incumbent upon us not to be moving the goalpost. Everyone should expect the same treatment when they come to the Historic District Commission.
Yep.
If it's a matter of an Exhibit A actually probably shouldn't even be promulgated anymore, because we're making modifications at the table. We're adding materials, we're adding design elements. So it seems to me like there's a lack of consistency there.
Well, may I?
Oh, please.
And they're understanding that, let me just say, I'll second Abby's motion
Thank you.
for the purposes of discussion. I do believe, if there are agreed upon discrete, let's just say three things that we would modify that would satisfy us to get us to approve it, that an Exhibit A is warranted. If we get into the 5 or 6 things, well, now we're into sort of the, we should really look for, revisions if it gets too complicated. Regarding this particular application, I think that there is agreement among the board on the substantive things that would be removed or revised, that it would warrant doing Exhibit A. In other words, I think the Exhibit A has helped both the board in expediting our process and staff. So I don't want to see that go to heaven.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. And my point was that this is an Exhibit A material, but if we're not
I
going to be
agree.
using Exhibit A material as Exhibit As, then we need to be consistent with everyone, and Exhibit A should go out the window. That's
I think
simply
we
my-
also need to be consistent with the rules that we've had in the past. And if we're not, we need a meeting to discuss that,
Yes,
because I don't feel we're expressing them across the board evenly.
Could I add one more thing before we take a look? So I just noticed the brick patio in the back, and because it's such a historic structure, I think that might be a bit large. So I just would like you to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, Mirka, you've heard the tape. You've heard how many people have concerns about what issues. We have a motion on the floor for revisions versus an Exhibit A. On your motion, Abby,
Aye.
let's see, Vale,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Ray.
I'm going to say aye this time, but I, believe that this could have been handled with an Exhibit A.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say no. So for the record,
Okay.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, Welch. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Mirka. We're
Thank
on
you.
to 16 Squam.
I believe I might have had this. Oh, yes, I did.
What happened to 74? Oh, we already did that.
Can
One year
I
grace period.
interrupt Mirka?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ray.
Because I did have this for consent. The reason that I didn't consent this was because the pool was in quote unquote the front of the building. If you look at the site plan, a few things are obvious. One, like the real front door is actually on the back of the property. So this, what we're calling the front yard, the area that faces Squam Road is really the back of the house, and it's not in front, the pool is not in front of the quote unquote front door. The more important thing, however, is that this is a very long distance away from the publicly traveled way. And there's also a tremendous amount of grade difference, both of which are going to, I would say, completely screen this pool from a public way. There you go.
So you do not have concerns now that you've looked at it
No,
closer? Okay.
just for the record.
Can I?
Go ahead, America.
Just for, I say some words. Thank you very much, Ray, for those remarks. I've done in the past in a similar settings in a Hoikolo, in Sconset, same pools in a kind of in this reverse manner. So I can just prove with my experience, we've done it even closer to the road, but with the big grading changes so nobody can see the pool. Again, there's absolutely no visibility for the ground level. I think this house, I'm not 100% sure this was already approved. Matt McEachern is doing it. It was in front of you. I know there were some few little tweaks. It might have been approved by now. However, they did put the post for you there, and I could only see that upper part of the post. So again, I feel confident that nothing on the ground level will be visible. And for the materiality, it's just, blue stone, what do I have there? I don't even, boardwalks, Goshen stone for irregular stones. So it's in a very practically minimalistic landscape and hardscape tucked right next to the house. Most of as you see the orange outline, most of them is undisturbed. So there is a pretty good guarantee that all this property will remain mostly vegetated. And again, I do feel comparing how much clearance I am allowed to have, I am grouping the hardscape rule just closest to the house and keeping it limited. So I feel pretty confident none of this will be visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it'll be, Connie will sit on this one. And do we have any questions?
I have some concerns.
Okay, any questions, anyone, before we get into concerns? Okay, Abby?
Well, and now I have a question.
Okay.
What is this, as you first bend, what is that square that's sort of halfway down the driveway on the right?
Oh, you mean the dash line square?
Yeah.
So that's the septic.
Septic, okay. So my concern is, it looks like there's a differentiation between, difference between 26 feet and 54 feet, which we've discussed. I just want to make sure when you're looking down the drive that you don't see this pool. So I would be okay with added vegetation. But that's a lot of, that's quite a rise up to the pool from the road. So I'd like to hear what other people have to say about that.
And if I might just chime in, the clearing bit was already done. So there is nothing more going to be taken. So since you've been there witnessing the house visibility, so that's what will remain in place.
Thank you. Ray?
I'm fine.
Bill?
Given the proximity to the road, I'm fine. And we give the caveat, can't be seen at time of inspection.
Connie?
Yeah, I'm okay with this with the caveat.
I'm okay
Thank
with the
you.
caveat.
That would be my
Abby, do you wanna
motion.
speak
Oh,
again?
sorry.
No, I'm okay. I just, that was my, to make sure it's screened from the road.
Okay, so we got a motion by Ray, not to be seen of a time of inspection or thereafter.
That's my motion.
On your motion.
Thank you.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Hi.
Hi.
Happy holidays.
Carries
You too. Thank you.
Okay. We are now on to 38 Chuck Hollow Road.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm bringing Uri over right now.
Oh, so we are bringing people over.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
no, I'll explain after
Yeah,
the break
thanks.
how it works.
Yeah, I'm not being pointed. I just,
It's a two-step process.
I'm easily confused. 38 Chuck Hollow.
Uri, you can go ahead and
I'm
speak.
here. Hello?
Uri, did you want a screen share?
Yeah, sure, I can screen share.
Okay,
Actually, I
great.
might want to
Good
show
idea.
something else also. A
Just be on
second.
a
Turn it
break.
on. Yeah. Okay, so actually I need to change it quickly. So the application is for the previously approved shed, and next to it was a small powder room or just toilet with the sink, which was previously connected. It's here on the site plan in front of the pool, blocking the view, or it's more like an access to the pool. And I can realize that the application might not be clear enough, where I'm trying to separate the shed part from the bathroom part, where there was previously a small pergola connecting it. So I'm not changing any shape from what was previously approved, but there was pergola like this, and we are trying to remove that. Not like that. It's just removing that and doing simple one structure, and then the next application is for just this structure as another separate structure.
Thanks.
So that's mainly the same thing. I'm not changing any fenestration or sizes, heights, or anything like that.
Thank you.
Yep,
I have a
thank you.
question. I have a question.
Yep.
This is in order to keep the shed a shed for a building permit or a zoning
Yeah, to
permit?
keep it separate from not counting as a ground cover. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, because I have a feeling you could put a freestanding lattice or pergola in between it, and you won't have the issue that you're having with the building permit, and you'll have, in essence, what was previously approved, but we'll see where the board wants to go. Val, you had this one.
Yeah, and I felt like because of the proportions of that little piece not being connected, it was rather odd, and it's in front of the house. That's the reason I didn't consent it.
Sure, makes sense. Let's see, so it'll be Joe on this one. Ray, you want to go?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, hi, Tori.
I just wanted to confirm on this application that we did speak with Paul.
Yep.
And they would have all counted towards one structure.
Pardon?
He confirmed that it would have counted as one structure, which
If
wouldn't
they're
have worked with the pergola.
If the freestanding pergola is there, they're no longer connected in the building.
Oh, freestanding pergola.
So if we
Got
do
it.
freestanding pergola, keep the
Okay.
pergola design as it is. You just put like 4 posts next to each, like let's say, next to this each corner.
You're right, hold on. If the structures are not connected, they're not connected. So
Yep.
you could have a building in between the two of them, and if it doesn't touch the other two at any point, including the foundation, they're not connected. So the information you received from the building commissioner was 110% accurate. If they're connected, they're one structure, but building department is not in the business of giving you solutions for ways of, you're at the HTC, we're looking at the aesthetics.
Yeah.
Ray?
Well, look, number one, right now we're reviewing that shed that has the nice proportions to it. So I'm totally on board with that. I agree with Val on the kind of kooky nature of the other one, but I also agree with you, Mr. Chair, that like a freestanding piece in between these would solve all the problems. There you go.
Abby?
I I'd like to see a freestanding pergola to somehow make these mate.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, I agree, and I suspect that you could push these structures a little bit further apart from one another so that you could have a pergola in there. I mean, even if that 7'4" went to 9'4", I think it would make a difference.
Okay, thanks. Now, Uri, you stated previously, I believe, that there was a approval with a pergola between the two structures, but it was connecting.
I just shared this here. That's what was approved.
Okay.
Why can't
So-
you just make the
Can
building narrower? And then it all comes under.
I will need to suggest, can we get it approved with this post, two
Yeah.
posts here, and the cut-off
Yeah,
pergola right here, make it freestanding?
Yeah, we can,
What's that? Who just did that?
Yeah.
that's what was previously
that.
approved,
But
but
that's-
without
but
the
that-
freestanding. So what he would be doing is adding posts,
Adding two posts.
separating. Uri, please. The crosstalk is too much. He'd be keep the pergola, but it would not be connected to the two structures. It would be freestanding, supported by posts or posts. Right?
Okay, so what I'm seeing on the horizon is a third application for the pergola because it's a third piece. So rather than do that, why don't we just have it connected to the smaller piece and just ever so slightly disconnected from the larger piece? So we still have two applications that are currently on the table. We approve the one that's that we're reviewing right now as is, without the pergola, with the understanding that the next application, we just have the pergola attached to that.
I think there's going to be a complication with that
All
small
right,
building.
well,
having it
just,
connected.
okay, all right.
So Uri, why don't you just submit for a third application to include the pergola? And did receive feedback by separating that a couple of feet. Is there anyone who has any concerns with separating it more by a couple of feet?
No,
It's just queer the way it is. Why don't you just make it one building and make it 200 square?
Because it doesn't work for their program. So what we're talking about now is the group consensus to add a freestanding.
I would,
Question is, Uri, please stop. The question to the commission, so that the applicant's agent has a clear understanding of direction, does anyone have a concern with the suggestion that was made to increase the space between the two structures, if it's possible for them to do it as part of their layout and so on and so forth?
no.
Anyone have a concern? Okay,
So I'm going to make a motion.
thank you.
All right, my motion, Uri, listen carefully, is to hold these two applications pending a third application for the standalone pergola, which in an ideal scenario would move your building slightly further apart, but just show us that third application and we can review them as a group. That's my
And
motion.
we can do that on the 6th. Is you're good with that in your motion?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
subject to submitting by the deadline, Uri. A little pergola.
can I
Okay.
say one thing before you vote on this?
Yes, briefly.
I thought what would be much simpler and quicker was what Ray was suggesting, that I would do an application with the bathroom part with the pergola attached, but not touching the shed.
So two things on that. One, as a design element, I don't know about the others feel, I would not be comfortable with it. I think it's going to look odd. And number two is I think you're going to run into a problem with the building permit. So keep them separate. It looks the same with respect to both structures, and you don't run into a problem, and you're not going to be able to do that tonight in any event. So it's no disaster averted, no disaster created. We do have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
let's see, Connie, or I'm sorry, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. See you on the 6th, you're right.
Okay, thank you. So the second part is tracking. Right?
Yeah, the motion was to have both these tracked pending your submission of the third, at which time we'll finalize our review.
Yeah. Okay.
Which then moves us to 18 Gladlands Ave.
Thank you.
Tori.
Good evening, everyone. No. Do I need? Would you like me to start? Would you like to wait
Yeah,
for the drawings?
please.
Great. So this is a previous approved COA. We are back before you to just ask for your permission to change one specific element. It's the driveway gate itself. The prior COA included approval of the deer fence surrounding the perimeter of the property, the picket fence to the left and right of the gate that was proposed, the walking gate at the right of the driveway, and the Belgian block apron. The prior location for the gate approval was more to the bottom of the circle of the driveway, an additional 24 feet into the driveway area. And the client just really would rather not have 35 feet of Belgian block. So we're asking to bring the gate forward, and we've added additional vegetation as well.
Okay, so the obvious question is this deer thing.
Yeah, it
Right.
was not approved, and it's not approved in the prior COA either.
So that should get a big red X in it.
Yeah, and it is on the prior one as well.
Well, it's showing here without the big red X in it.
I'm repurposing the same photos, correct?
Yeah, so we're gonna just want to correct that.
Sure, the application specifically only speaks of the gate.
Yep. Nevertheless, we know how these things can go, so we want to button them down. Does anyone have any questions for Tori? It will be Carrie on this one.
It was on my list for consent and I just wanted more information. And I don't know if you ever sent that in because I didn't get any more information.
Oh,
You
you
know, like
responded.
where is the, I just wanted more specifics, like it says picket fence to the left and the right.
Well, that's all been improved on the
Tori,
prior.
please, hold on.
Okay.
One person has the floor, Val.
It just wasn't clear exactly. I know she wants to move it forward, but then I felt like I couldn't figure out what the rest of it was, and Kathy had been going back and forth and I never got anything else, so I would have moved it to consent if I understood it.
Okay, now the question at this point is, are you comfortable with what's been presented or do you need additional information? It's fine if you do, I just want to know. Did Tori answer your questions and we can add them to the drawing, or do you still want the
I
information?
just think it lacks the information.
I was, if I could, Mr. Chair.
No, Tori, please, thank you.
If it's put on there, what she's talking about with some sort of, then it's okay.
May I clarify something, please?
No, please. I need to get information so that I can facilitate the meeting.
I just wanted to point out the
I-
prior
thank you,
approval
Tori.
is in the
Thank you,
packet.
Tori, no,
You can see what was approved.
thank you. Val, specifically, what information would you like on the drawing?
What else is here? It's written and I
I'm just asking you what you would like on the drawing, so when we do a motion, we can include it, that's all. What else would you like? Do you want dimensions from a certain distance? Or
that would be
certain
good,
point?
but just to put picket fence. I know it says it here, but how long is,
No arrows, no
what
dimensions.
does, right?
Okay.
It's not anything extraordinary. It just is not all on one plan.
Right, no, that's why I'm trying to get
Right.
specific, so.
And I thought you understood that and you were gonna send it to me.
I did.
Okay, so, all right. So Val, you want to have some dimensionality and some arrows connecting the descriptives to the architectural elements.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay, fair enough. Abby,
Specifically, I want to know where the gate is, the new gate, the site of the new gate, where it is in relation to the picket fence, because I can't. So the picket fence is existing now, and is the gate forward of that? And if it's forward of that, how is it connected to that picket fence now?
right.
Let me know when I can answer.
Well, we're gonna have you put it on the drawing because we need complete drawings is what we ascertained earlier. So right now you're getting a list of things you need to address. Or if a member doesn't have a concern because they've already been stated, then you'll go back to the prior members. Right.
I'm fine with whatever conditions my fellow board members append to it.
Okay. Let's see. Carrie.
She might not be there. She's here.
Carrie. Hola. Okay, let's.
Hello.
Hi,
Sorry,
we can hear you.
I'm talking to myself. Sorry about that. Now I've lost my image, but what I was looking at before, it looks like she moved the gates back, which is what my biggest concern was. Any other information that we can have on there to be uber clear would be great.
Carrie, can you clarify when you say she moved them back?
Well, originally the gates were closer to the road, I believe.
No, they
No.
were approved
mid-
way back.
Yeah, so
Huh?
that's where I'm confused. So this was originally approved some 24 more feet back than it is now.
Oh,
And
geez, and I'm looking at the wrong thing.
yeah, so what we need is we have the exhibit A, which is the first sheet showing where it was approved, and then and that's the last sheet. And then the first site plan sheet shows where it's proposed currently. So it sounds like what we're looking for from Tori is get rid of X out the deer grate in the image. Thank you for providing the image. We need the dimensions of the lengths of the prior approved. We basically need Tori, you to revise the drawing of what was approved, not submit a separate drawing. And then indicate the architectural elements of the prior approval if they're not clearly.
May I please speak before you go to a motion?
No, did you hear what we said? Because
I did. I'm very clear. I just want to point out a couple things.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what you're looking at right now is the Exhibit A from the prior approval. The photograph that has the cattle grate that's presented is only to show you the style of the driveway gate. That is not the cattle grate at this location.
We understand.
It's to give you the understanding of the design that's proposed for the gate itself. Everything else has already been prior approved. And the fence to the left and right of this driveway gate is exactly what was approved in the prior approval. This picket, that gate, that walking gate.
Right.
So, and I did add the dimensions and blew up the site plan for you, Val, to give you the specific dimensions of the 14-foot wide gate, the 10-foot wide apron, the 14-foot wide apron in front of the gate with the updated location. And I specifically listed what was approved in the prior application to try and simplify this application that we're just looking to relocate the location of the gate itself.
So what happens, Tori, as you well know, is that by relocating the primary gate, you modify the prior approved 36-inch cedar picket fence and the stainless wire fence, its configuration. What the board wants to see is a complete application that shows the modifications of all the architectural elements as they will have to be modified to move the gate, the driveway gate, to where you propose.
I do think that we could do this through staff.
No, I'm not gonna waste any more time on this. We had a landscape one. This is exactly what I'm talking about being consistent. There are two elements in this, and I don't want to be spending more time on this evening. And when I say we, I'm speaking as a facilitator of the meeting.
I thought that we said if we had 3 or less, it would be suitable for
Well,
Exhibit A.
Ray said that.
Right, and we as the HTC, not the applicant's agent who did not submit the full and complete information. We have picket fence that is not showing where it will be. It's being modified. We have
not being
elements
modified.
that are listed that are on the site plan that are not indicated with arrows. We need to see the full layout, very simply, accurately labeled with dimensions, and then we can make a quick decision and process the application.
Okay, just to be clear, nothing's being modified but the gate location.
Okay, so then the gate is not going to be connected to the picket fence if the picket fence is not being relocated.
Correct, it would have the deer fence coming forward to it.
So the deer fence is being modified. So again, there's a modification
there.
that's not shown and labeled.
It's drawn on there and it's drawn on the last page.
So Tori, do you want to be argumentative or do you
Just
want
pointing
to
out what's in
make
front of you.
changes that the commission is requesting so that we can process the application?
Whatever you need,
This
Steve,
is
no
a
problem.
gate. This is a gate with a deer fence that we're spending like a half an hour on. It's totally inappropriate. All right, so we have do we have a motion to hold for full information as determined by Kathy and stated in the meeting? Kathy will do a final review. You're good with that?
So move. If Kathy's okay with that, I'll move it.
Okay.
Kathy?
Thank
Okay,
you.
so moved.
Let's see, Ray, on your motion.
Hi.
Val?
I'm a little confused by the, through Kathy, but so that's not a staff?
No, we're not approving anything. We're making sure that what gets turned in through Kathy, we're emphasizing that it needs to be a complete application, and the underscore is that Kathy will review it for completeness as part of the motion.
Okay,
Are you good with that?
yeah.
Okay, Abby,
I'm an I.
let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Okay, so that.
Have a great holiday, everybody.
That carries
you.
unanimously.
You too.
Excuse me.
All right.
Excuse me. I just want to say thank you very much for very hard work you are doing here for a whole year.
Oh, thank you.
I meant bring it before, I absolutely forgot, so
Yeah.
I screw my project.
Thank
You all have
Erica.
plenty of time to run out and get chocolate.
Thank
Don't
you.
worry. Thank you. Okay.
No,
so-
we don't have another meeting till then?
Yeah, that's why I'm,
Till
We're meeting next Tuesday.
oh, we have an old business next. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, let's see, we are now on to new business of 12-9, 39 Quays. Is Chip with us on the?
He is, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Skip,
evening.
did
Chip.
you want more to screen share?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Not cut to the chase on this one.
Please.
We're Quays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, what Chip's proposing is on the side of an existing garage. It has like fiberglass garage doors facing Quays
right.
Road. And if you look at the photographs, you're not gonna see any of this.
No.
So, you know, what's the issue?
Well, to that, we'll ask Abby.
So when I saw that, I'm trying to bring it up here, but when I looked at the pictures, it looked like it was right on the water. And I couldn't see the main house to see if it was white, because I think they're proposing white trim or white garage doors or something. And I thought 2 white garage doors right on the water seemed out of place to me. So that's where I
Okay,
didn't want to make
Thank-
that call.
thank you for clarifying. Ray?
Well, it's not garage doors. The garage doors are existing and they're facing away from the water, and the window and the door are on the sides. So, and it's also up on a bluff, just FYI.
Okay. All right, let's see, it's gonna be, I'm sorry, I'm moving my bookmarks around. It's gonna be Connie. And Val, do you want to go?
Yeah, I had no concerns at all, except I agree with Abby. I didn't know if the house was white. There was no real,
Mr. Chair, do you want me to comment to the question on the trim?
Briefly, and
Oh,
always
the-
include
the-
first.
There are.
No, so the main house was just approved by the board
Thank you.
for some window and door changes and white trim. So although the existing house, which you can see a little bit on the side here, is not currently white trim, it was just approved by the board for white trim, which is the reason we want to, the client would like to match that on the garage. Thank you.
thanks, Chip. No concerns.
All right, Abby,
Yeah, I don't have concerns now. I just couldn't see the main house.
Connie,
I have no concern. Thank you.
was there a motion in there?
A motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is anyone opposed to taking a break?
Do we have,
We do.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great holiday. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chip.
Chip, thanks.
Bye.
All right, I gotta get this squared away and then I can.
Yeah, let's.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Pizza. Oh, Angus said I could eat his. I emailed him. I need to be able to hit the ground running when we do that.
I'm just gonna go and open the box.
Yeah, both.
I'm gonna beat you to it. So.
With you. Okay. We're back, folks.
We are farmers.
Welcome to the
Mhm.
new and improved wealth at HDC. All right, so we are on One Farmer Street.
On Farmer Street. So this application is before you. It was from a citizen's complaint regarding a metal chimney cap,
Oh,
the OHD. And Eric, if you just want to go further
Yep,
to the
yep.
microphone.
I have Exhibit A back there.
And just state your name for the record, Eric.
Eric Allen,
hey, Eric, good evening. Welcome to HDC.
how's it going?
Yeah, I've just got a session disconnected then. Okay, let's try that now. Okay, do we have anything to present, Fiona?
Try to upload.
And it will be Joe.
And I actually brought one here. if you want
All right,
to-
I think we have some images, right? We'll ask if we need anything else. It may be better for you just to rely on the images.
Yeah, I can show you why they're made and how they're designed.
Yeah, okay. Does anyone not have it on their tablet? Okay, so we can proceed. Basically, Eric, we're looking at the image of 3 Jefferson Street,
One farmer.
and there's one on there, there's one on 8 Pleasant Street, there's one on 10 Pleasant Street,
Yep, there are.
13, 27 Pine, 28 North Water, 40 Liberty. I love that structure, 40 Liberty Street. There it is on One Farmer Street.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay. What would you like to say before we begin? Ask any questions we may have.
Well, basically, I've been a mason for 30 years on the island, and I've been doing the relinings and taking care of the fireplaces, the 300-year-old fireplaces for 25 years. The last 2 bluestones, one took 6 gentlemen with insurance to come on the roof. The last one I did was a crane. So these things, I put spark guards on. Animals can't get in them. One of the biggest things is keeping your chimneys dry. They kind of ruin the oil. Getting wet will eat the insides of your flue liners. So these have a spark guard. I've been putting a wind guard on it also, which cuts down on the wind when you're having a fire. I've been making these hurricane proof. And John McLaughlin and Don Holgate, back in the day when I first started making these, I did them in stainless, and they didn't like the shininess. So I've been powder coating them black for the last 14 years. I make them in copper also.
Okay.
And it's easy access. That's another thing with the bluestones on top. Me doing what I do, I go and fix the chimneys. Now I have this 500-pound bluestone cap on the thing. I can't even get my head underneath the thing. So it makes it quite hard to actually work on the chimneys.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
So, yep.
Sorry, before you proceed, the property owner didn't pay the as-built fee either, so he had asked if we could waive it if.
Did not, now were they asked to pay it and they did not pay it, or?
Yeah, I
they-
mean, they have the option of asking the
Okay,
board
we
for,
didn't,
to
we
waive.
didn't ask them to pay it at time of submission.
No, that was in the violation. Yes, I did, but they wanted to ask for it to be
Okay,
waived
I
at the
understand.
meeting.
That's just trying to.
They have the option to do that.
Okay. Let's see. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Ray?
How is this coming to our attention? Like, was this a complaint?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it was a citizen's complaint.
By a neighbor?
Yes.
Why am I not surprised? By the way, full disclosure, I think everybody knows I live kind of diagonally around the corner on Pine Street.
I worked on your house. I did your block in the back.
Oh, yeah.
With the cement pump.
Yeah.
All right, Ray, any concerns?
Well,
Well, actually, let's do questions first, because I have a question.
yeah.
Does anyone else have questions? Okay, Eric, I presume that brick can be masked and this could be painted a brick color, for instance, with outdoor paint,
There is,
heat paint?
there's
heat
a,
rated?
well, I use masonry paint. There's a paint that actually has cement in it that's meant for brick and block.
But this is metal. So
These
a
are metal,
a
yep.
metal heat paint would, like they have wood stove paint that's different colors.
Yep, this
So
is
this-
powder coated. Yeah.
So conceivably, this could be
Are
painted.
you looking at this picture? Because that looks like a copper cap.
No, I'm looking at
Oh,
the
okay,
one of the
okay,
house
okay.
itself that's black.
Okay, yep.
So I
yep.
just simply want to know, can the brick be masked and this be painted, for instance, a brick color using the appropriate paint
On the chimney itself?
on the cap, the metal
Okay,
cap?
so there's probably 8 powder coating colors I can do. There's a gray, a black, a
Is there a
white.
brick? Is there a terracotta?
Not exactly, probably a red and a green, a dark green.
Okay. Okay,
I
but
can
there is,
look into that. I'm all,
okay, yeah, I just
Yeah.
want to understand if there's an option for what's there versus black. Okay, so I find there has to be a paint material. I have a wood stove and I have a kind of a burgundy color paint. It's not a gloss, it's a matte and it's a heat paint. So I presume something like that could be used. But if anyone was interested in coloring it, that would be a separate discussion and it would have to be contingent upon that.
so
Okay.
more of like a salmon or something, or
Terracotta is more salmony, but yeah, I just wanted to get that out there.
okay.
Okay, who would like to begin?
Steven?
Oh, Mickey?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a number of these caps that are existing on the island. Some are smaller than others. This one is a rather large one. How many of them have been HTC approved is kind of a question in itself and probably should be looked into. These caps I'm sure are very effective and I can see why that people would want them and the purpose. But they've really altered the character of the chimney and the house itself because they're clearly not historic looking. So I think that the board needs to give some guideline or some direction as to what the chimney cap industry needs to be doing to try to get them to be a little bit more conforming to historic proportions and looks. And I don't think that painting them brick color is really going to make much difference. Thank you.
Thank you for your observations. Okay, who would like to go? It's going to be Joe on this one.
I can go.
Ray.
So I actually really appreciate seeing the precedents because there are some of these that I find, very objectionable. The most objectionable in this bunch would be the round one.
Yeah.
All right. So I think right off the bat, I would say round out.
Those are mostly for gas.
Right. So, but just to continue, there's another one that's at 28 North Water that has kind of like these big louvers. It looks very modern. I think in terms of, and the funny thing about the Pleasant Street one is because it's black, it sort of looks like, is it Tories? Or
Yeah.
Whig?
Yeah.
I think
Is
it's
it Tory?
Tories.
Yeah, so,
Well-
that's like just a nice
Yeah.
kind of happenstance that they used to paint the tops of the chimneys black to identify their political affiliation.
The black, well, the taxes were paid to your Tories and that's how you got the black tops.
Ah, okay, good to know. But the bottom line for me is that I think that these should be applied for. And frankly, if they were, consistently applied for, I think that what I'm looking at on Farmer Street would be one of the least objectionable ones in this whole like portfolio of what I'm looking at right now. So I don't have a problem with this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I was just, I think we have to look at these individually for each, how the chimney is on, oh, where did our applicant go? Sorry.
Eric, please. No, no, it's,
Oh, yeah,
Um,
no.
Yeah, that's gonna make, I think it might turn
Yeah.
people off. But I think, because every roof plane is different, I think these are gonna look different on every single house. So I think we have to take them individually. Some are gonna look worse than others, some are gonna look better. So, I don't want to make a blanket statement saying we can't have them. So I'd like to just keep it open for individuals, to take each one at its own merit.
okay. And what are the merits on this one for you?
I didn't find it so offensive, but,
Okay.
you know,
No,
that's just one.
fair. That's why we're here. Val?
Well, what I appreciated is that it's a gray that matches the trim, so it didn't really look wholly out of place. Where's,
That one's black.
oh, I'm looking at a different picture, okay.
I can make them gray too.
I think
Go ahead, Bill.
Um, it's not that one, okay. Look, at the end of the day, they make things more efficient, right? I think if they had had them back in the day, they probably would have put them in too, so.
I usually make them for multi-flue when there's 4 fireplaces.
Hold on just a sec, Eric. Those we're definitely gonna want you to bring in advance. Joe?
Yeah, I think Ray summarized all of the thoughts that I had, including landing on this particular one as stylistically the most desirable. And I think he said this material is copper, correct?
This one is stainless powder coated black. I also make them in copper. Copper gets a little high priced.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see them come before the board, or, you know, see the design people, applicants start to include these on their chimneys if they are going to become part of the design. And but this one I think is appropriate. And on some level, I guess they sort of fall in the category of vent stacks, and there are dryer vents and hood vents that pop out on the sides of houses that we don't really comment on. I mean, this is a cap on a major architectural feature, so we should clearly comment on it. But there are certainly modern, in quote, elements that are in the roof and wall planes of throughout the historic district that wouldn't have been there when these homes were built. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So my thoughts, Eric, are given its prominence and the color combination, I have a concern with it. Also, the proportions of, at least in this image, of the brick to black metal. So to say that differently, if this were a white if this were pargeted chimney that was painted white, it would have a historic reference, which is a white chimney with a black top. And to me, it would not look very much different. Or if the black was painted a brick color or a terracotta color, that would have more of a historic reference. So I wouldn't have a concern with it, because I agree with others who commented that of the shapes, and certainly the round, this is one of the more appropriate ones. So that's kind of where I fall out on it, is the color being a mismatch, either a terracotta type color, like a deeper salmon, or the chimney brick would be white. Bill?
What about gray?
Gray. Yeah. I like the look of gray. I have
Eric,
the-
please, hold on, thanks. We gotta move through this more quickly. I'm only one vote, and I'm not,
Sure.
you know, if I'm not gonna die on the hill of whether this is black or salmon colored, like an owl, or if it looks brick like an extension of the chimney, or the brick, the masonry is white. I'm just giving you my input. What do you guys want to do with that?
I'm okay with it, and I would move to approve as submitted.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Don't forget the as-built fee if you want to waive it or
Yeah,
not.
what do we want to do with the asphalt fee? Mr. Making the motion guy?
What's the as-built?
$500.
500?
It's 10 times the application price. That's what all as-built fees are.
No, I'm gonna say, my motion will not include that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to approve as submitted.
Waiving the fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, and we are on your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Bill?
I wish it was a different color.
That's why I was bringing it here and we can decide.
This is not completely improper, but not typical. Can I ask for a friendly amendment to your motion and when we vote?
All right,
Yeah.
we just had 3 in favor.
Well, I just would like to append that this is a test case.
Oh, okay, that's benign.
Oh, I like that.
Because, you know, I gray fine, but the black works for me, and that's why I moved. But yes, this is like a test case.
Okay.
That can be.
Is that what you meant initially?
That is what I meant initially.
Okay,
and
we don't need to
it's
re-
part of my motion.
Val,
Okay,
the vote was to you.
I don't know what you mean by test case, but
This is a test case. We're approving this in situ.
This doesn't mean categorically we're gonna approve these from now on.
Yeah,
okay.
this is a test case to see how it weathers in the community, both
Could,
physically and conceptually.
could I just say one tiny little thing about color?
We're kind of at this point past that.
Okay.
Though I'd love to hear it. Val, on the vote?
I'm gonna be no.
Okay. And procedurally, I'm okay with it. I'm not thrilled with the color. I appreciate the test case. I'm gonna be a no also. So it's 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Welsh Oliver. You passed. Come in next time in advance. We'll do a review and then we might weigh in on color. Okay?
Okay.
You're good to go.
Are we fine with copper?
We need to see it. So, I mean, we don't need to see it on it, but we just need to see it. All right, Eric? Thanks. Okay. We're on to 6 Nobody Ave.
I'm gonna sit off this because I helped him with the original house.
Okay.
Is he here,
Is
PJ?
Pete with us?
I don't think, he's not here online and he's not in the room.
This is. Well, why don't we give him a half hour? We'll call it 6:40. Bill, would you mind shooting him a text and see if he's available? I think it would be beneficial for him to present. Okay, let's see. That is going to move us to 2 Henderson Drive, Brooke. Rooftop solar. Do we have Tobias?
Yes.
Just helping the lovely cap.
Yes, I'm so glad he didn't bring that up.
Oh, God, yeah.
Thank you, members of the board. Solar, this is for Henderson Ave. It's a black roof. It's kind of it's on 2 dormers on the upper side of the house. There's a significant amount of screening. And just looking for your approval. Happy to answer any questions or comments from the board.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see, anyone? Questions?
And also, if I might add, if you'd like to hold it for a view to go look at it, feel free to do that. It's very, it felt very approvable.
Okay. Let's see, I just want to pull it up. Okay, the board is gonna be, Val, you're sitting off, you said?
Well, I'm sitting up.
Oh,
PJ, I'm trying to
PJs.
get in touch with him.
Okay, so it'll be Carrie. Carrie will be up next. On this one. Okay, who'd like to begin?
I can go. I had it on my consent list. The reason I brought it before you is because it's on the front of the house. But I had my doubts about whether it could be seen, and possibly one more bit of screening could help it out. But they are on dormers and they're up high and down off the road.
On dormers and, okay, and visual screening is in place, so you're not seeing them.
You can, you can see, you would be able to see them at a very acute angle.
Okay, so limited visibility at an acute angle. Okay, I just want to make sure I understand, because I didn't view it. Ray.
Yeah, similar thoughts. So there's like the main mass of the house, which you really can't see. That's where the most of the panels are. On the garage portion of the house, which is the piece that you can see, there are fewer panels and they are also up on dormers. So I think this is, to quote the applicant, feels approvable.
Carrie,
Yeah, I've got nothing to add. I agree with the others.
you're in the feels approvable camp.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so that leaves me, I think this is fine, subject to screening, existing screening maintained in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Well, that's my motion.
And this is based upon can you include that based upon the shallow roof pitch of the secondary
Sure.
mass on the primary structure?
Absolutely.
Which is to say that gable. Gambrel. Okay. So if the minutes makers needs clarification on that motion, I can help with that and a break. And on your motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Val.
Not on it.
Oh, that's right.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Connie, I'm sorry, I didn't get you rolled in there.
Aye.
And Ray.
Aye.
Okay, so that carries unanimously. Good to go.
Feeling the vibes. Thank you.
There you go. Take care. Merry Christmas. All right, so now we are on to 6A Daffodil Hardscape.
That was the one that was being held. I said at the beginning of the.
That one is being held.
Okay.
Is there any abutters here on that?
No.
Okay, so now we are on to 1 Chapel Street. Is it Chappelle or Chapel?
No, who's-
Chapel.
Looks like nobody's
Oh.
here to represent, maybe?
Oh, I heard somebody. Was that Carrie or?
It was Karen.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, so we're gonna hold 1 Chapel for half hour, so it'll be 7, just call it 7:40. Okay. And that moves us to 8 Golfview Shed. I saw Ethan. Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely. When you're ready.
Sure, Ethan Griffin,
stop
yeah,
right
the
there?
owner.
No, oh wait, Ethan, I've had an
I'm sorry.
important query from Commissioner Paul.
Point of order. So applicants typically give us the chocolate before they apply.
This is Exhibit A.
Oh, shoot. We
Okay,
come in
go
with a
ahead.
house.
We'll
This is
allow
a
it.
shed.
allow
It's a 10 by 20 shed. Details to match the previously approved house and guest house.
Number 20 shot. Okay, who have this on their? Val? Oh, Angus, he's not here. Okay, does anyone have a concern with this?
Wait, are we on 8 Golf Drive? Golf Food Drive?
No.
You can see this
Yes,
from the
8
third
golf,
hole, Abby.
right.
From the third hole? Oh, the one where you cross the street?
No, I'm not sure. Any concerns?
I don't think so. I had to have, I'm having trouble bringing it up. Go, somebody else. Go.
Does anyone have any concerns with this?
I do.
All right, it will be
I do
Joe.
not.
Joe, any concerns?
No, I have no concerns. Thank you.
All right, how about a motion, someone?
Move to.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, Joe on your motion,
Aye.
Ray on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Yeah.
and I'm an aye. Okay, we're on to 76
you.
Matica. Thanks, Ethan. Merry Christmas. We don't see you next week. Move on garage from 92 Washington Street. Elizabeth, good evening. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Why don't you give us a brief one on this?
Yeah, so this garage was constructed, I think, fairly recently on Washington Street near the yacht club. And you've approved other structures to go on that lot, so that's vacating the premise. And the person who purchased property on Cliff Road, 76A, was really eager to get them on their property. So there it is. And you have a plan.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah,
Yeah,
Nice little structure.
brand new, right?
yes.
Son of a gun. Okay.
And
Does anyone have any concerns with this?
My only concern was that it's in front of the house. But maybe it's down lower. I don't know. I went by there today to try to figure out where it was gonna be with relation to the house.
There are a lot of limitations with that site due to wetlands, so it's kind of really wedged into that little place where it can go. If you pull up the site plan, you'll see that.
Okay. Anyone else have concerns?
Yeah. Can I just say something for the record here?
Yeah.
You know, this is one of these cases where the reuse recycle, I think trumps, particularly when we're out of town like this, trumps the idea of it being in front of the house. You know, the site is constrained. Yes, in an ideal world, it would be in the back, but I think, you know, look, we're saving this building. It's brand new. So that kind of tips the scales for me. Thank you.
All right, I have one other comment.
Bill?
Are they gonna paint it to match?
That's a good point.
Well, we're the authority having jurisdiction, so we can make that a
Okay,
condition.
right now it's just a move on application.
Yeah, so if we want it the same color, we can just say that. Anyone else comments? Johnny?
No, no.
I mean, not to be pointed, but make the point, it's in front of a house in town right now, and being in front of a house
it
in a
is.
rural setting, I don't know, I mean, I don't really see a concern with that.
There's no other garages in front of houses there, and I'm happy they're saving the house. I'm just pointing it out.
Right.
So maybe it should at least match in color.
I agree wholeheartedly with respect to color, and do you want to make a motion, or do you want someone else to make a motion? That includes the color.
I'll make a motion to approve with the color to match the main house.
Okay, on your motion.
At least the trim.
We're all here, so the window casings, corner boards and whatnot, rakes, cables. We're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Mr.
All set?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Pete Hazer is on.
Yeah, he's coming on.
Okay, great. PJ, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. So just give us a minute. When you see it up on the screen, I'll give you the floor. You can just walk us through briefly, you know, where it is, where it's not visible from, so on and so forth.
Yeah, would love to. I can see it on the screen. So this is the secondary dwelling at our primary residence over at 6 Nobodier Avenue. I'm sure as you can see from the locust, it's at the end of probably approximately 1/8 of a mile dirt road. No through traffic, not visible from Surfside Road. Sorry. Number of large plantings in front of the other houses between us and Surfside Road on the north side of the street. It's trying to think, we're approximately 35 feet set back from the road, plus an 8-foot farmer's porch on the first floor. So the face of the property is approximately 43 feet off of the private road frontage. And I'm trying to think, I mean, we're currently screened with about 22-foot tall Leland cypress to the front of the property, aside from the curb cut. So you know, I mean, I really don't think there'll be any impact to any public ways. A number of roof walks in the area. I think I provided some examples of just similar dwellings with roof lots that I don't think are majorly differential from other ones in the areas. And that's just what I was able to source from kind of driving around the neighborhood. Again, I can elaborate more off the top of my head. If there's any actual, you know, any pointed questions, please let me know. Happy to answer anything I can. And apologies for my tardiness. I mistook the date for the actual meeting versus the deadlines.
Okay, no, I appreciate the presentation. That's helpful. Does anyone have any questions? Can you bring up the locust plan, if you want? I have one question. And zoom in on that bad boy. A little bit more. Okay, so Peter, correct me, or this is actually beyond your driveway, and the lot is beyond the end of the dead end of Nobody Ave?
So the road essentially dead ends currently at the westerly property line of our lot.
Okay, so you are on the dead end of the road.
Yes, yeah, we are the last property on the road. There's a lot that fronts on Wee Weeder that has that skinny parcel that is abuts us to the west that there is nothing built on or anything improved or developed past us.
Okay, so the driveway to the neighbor is prior to you. Okay, I just wanted to get an understanding of what type of traffic was in that area.
Certainly, yeah. And so the only people that drive past our property are people that, unfortunately, Google Maps will still lead people over to the property on the other side of Wee Weeder Marsh there at One Pochik. So we do often have people confused that, you know, stop and turn around in our driveway, unfortunately for us.
I want to get up on the roof walk and get a view of the land. Okay, great, thank you. So let's see, Ray.
Can you give me a minute?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're not on this one.
Right. It was on my
Abby,
thing.
please, go ahead.
So first of all, I wasn't sure if it was drawn correctly, given that board underneath the balustrade. I didn't know if that was I just didn't know how to read the drawing. The other question I had was which side of the house are we looking at when we're at the street?
The south.
Yes, so the property is on the north side of Nobody Avenue, so the front of the house faces south. So if you're on the street looking north, you're looking at the south side of the house.
So we'd see the north side.
The south side.
South side.
And this is a technical term and I'm not sure about it, but is this considered a story and a half, or is this a full 2-story
I
building?
would call this a 1 3/4 story because it's the flush-based dormer. And if you look at it's obscured by the covered porch on the south side, but if you look at the north side, it's a 1 3/4 story. 1 1/2 story would be the top plate of the primary roof would be at the height of the top of the first floor.
Okay, so it's in our guidelines, this would be okay, a story and 3/4.
I think it would be circumstantial, but
Okay,
yeah,
so
it could be okay.
and you're saying that from the street we would see the south, which I did think I just want to know if it's drawn correctly, because if it was from the east or the west, I thought it looked odd.
So I think can I just say, I think it's just the way the CAD program works. So the post that comes down in the center isn't really differentiated from the skirt boards, but this is drawn the way it's typically done. Or it would be built the way it's typically constructed, is I think the more accurate way to say what I'm trying to say.
Okay, good.
Okay, you good with comments? Ray?
Good. Sorry.
Go ahead.
What's the color?
Peter, color?
So, yeah, sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the color of the materials? It's gonna be painted, and if so, what color?
Yeah, we'll be painting it white to match the rest of the trim on the house.
Okay.
And the skirt?
Skirt boards, I guess whatever would please the committee. I'm not married to either, obviously.
We're
paint
sort of
would-
the governing authority, or what do
The
we?
authority having jurisdiction.
We're the authority having,
Yeah.
I would prefer the skirt to be natural, thank you.
And can I just ask along those lines before other people speak? Peter, what is because it's your turn, but Peter, what is the roof color?
Roof color is Centerteed Architectural, and it's pewter wood. So it's like a dark gray,
Okay.
not black, but kind of like a dark gray. And I'm happy to keep the skirt board natural and just go white on the balusters and the posts.
Okay,
If that's
let's see, Carrie, you're next.
I'm okay with this. I have no other comments.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Connie, I think, or is it Joe?
Probably Joe.
Joe.
I think if the skirt is natural or goes away altogether, I have no concerns.
Okay, sounds good. I don't have any concerns about this. I previewed it, and I think that natural to weather is a fine improvement. So is there a motion?
Sure. I move to approve this as submitted, the skirt being natural to weather.
Okay, on your motion,
I,
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Thanks, Peter.
great. Thank you all again. Sorry for the delay. Appreciate all the comments and insights and all the great work.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good evening.
You too. Merry Christmas.
Yep.
That's gonna move us over to
New Mill.
15 New Mill.
Oh,
Val Oliver
me.
Design. That's a familiar name. We shall see.
Okay. This is a 1980 something infill structure. Just adding 6 feet to an existing dormer on the north side. And that's it.
Okay, does the board rank? Hold on one second. The board is gonna be Connie and Joe. And Ray, you wanna
1984.
ask a question?
yeah, so Val, I don't have any objections to the dormer per se, except sort of a technical question, which is evident when you look at the rear west elevation, which is no visibility, as you say. However, it will bring out my point, which is if you're tagging along on an existing dormer at that roof pitch and going on to the roof that is smaller,
I see exactly
the
what you're
dormer
saying.
is going to be actually higher than the ridge of the smaller roof, which, is, I mean, it's a design problem, but it's even more of a kind of structural problem. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody thought of that.
I did.
Do you have any suggestions?
Well, the sad reality is if you want to do it, like what you have to do is you have to drop the roof pitch. You have to take the roof off of the existing dormer so that the ridge of the dormer doesn't exceed the lower roof
Right,
ridge.
gotcha,
Otherwise, it ain't gonna happen.
gotcha.
Anyway,
And that will be.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
I just have a question because when I'm looking at these drawings, it looks to me like there's a dormer drawn on the front, on the side, on the south and,
Oh, that's a mistake. Take it off.
okay.
They were gonna put one on there and we decided to eliminate, and obviously I didn't erase it.
On the south,
Yeah.
that dormer?
All right, no more changes.
What?
Raise the limit, just teasing Val. Okay, let's see, Joe?
I think if the dormer was corrected as Ray described, I'd have no concerns.
Okay. Let's see, Connie.
I would not also, thank you.
Okay, so Ray, do you want to fashion a motion that addresses the comment that you made?
Yeah, like, so are your clients just, I mean, I guess you'll discuss this with them, but they're okay taking the roof off of the existing dormer?
They're gonna have to be.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
okay, all right, so, my motion is, through an exhibit A to correct the dormer such that the, peak of the new portion of the dormer does not exceed the ridge height of the lower gable. Exhibit A. That's my motion. Is that okay?
I think so. But you know what? Why don't we annotate that with an exhibit A?
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I think it needs it. You have to have it.
I was thinking about how we're gonna get to number 31. I was a little ahead of myself.
Yeah, no, the
Um,
answer is we're not.
so on Ray's motion, Ray,
Aye.
and I colored in our alternates. Was it Joe and Carrie
No.
or Joe and Connie?
Joe and
right?
Connie.
Yes.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Look at that, unanimous. All right. We are now on to 13 Marble Way, new dwelling.
Patrick, did
Hey,
you want to,
Patrick.
Patrick, did you want to screen share, Patrick? Did you want to screen share? Okay, perfect.
Maybe what would work best is to go with your packet first and then I can share.
And that would be with
I
Fiona.
can share both. I have them.
Well, why don't we get you registered in so that it'll be a
Yes.
seamless
Yeah,
transition.
I'm registered. I just need
I'll go
to
ahead and bring you over. Hang
get
on.
permission.
I'm promoting you to panelist.
Oh, thank you.
Look at that. You came to HCC, you got promoted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Someone else is sharing.
You won't be able to share yet, as
Hang
long
on.
as you're registered. That's all I was concerned about.
Okay, cool.
It's fun. You can share, but you
Yeah,
can't.
you
have
can try now.
share
You should be able to try now.
Okay.
More than once. Okay, when you're ready.
Terrific.
There you are.
Well, thank you, board members. I saw that Angus was assigned to this, so I'm not sure how we proceed.
You don't need to worry about any of that.
Great.
You've got
Perfect.
the authority having jurisdiction right here in front of you.
Awesome, thank you. So basically, this is a two-story gambrel house at the, on the triangular lot that was where, Somerset and Marble Way meet. And, my intent is to preserve the vegetation to the degree possible, and so I've made it as compact a footprint as I can. You can see the survey, the site plan there. And then beyond that, I've chosen a gambrel roof, to further reduce the impact and planning on painting everything trim and windows Nantucket gray. And so I'm going to limit the excavation. I have on my plan something about 20 feet in parallel with Somerset Road, which is where it's facing the front of. And the tree line on Somerset Road is actually about 10 feet beyond my property line. And so there are about two pretty solid rows of trees.
Yeah.
They'll be saved because the excavation will be 38 feet from that property line. So I'm expecting that 20 feet will be very doable. I have a cut in where the driveway is shown right now for the previous construction and ongoing stuff. And so I'll share some views through that opening, but the
We're
intent is
gonna-
to limit it.
We're probably not gonna get you to that point. I
Okay.
think, with time,
Sure.
but,
Shall I share the images?
I think
Or-
we will bring them up if we need them,
Great.
if there's a point of concern that addresses it.
Okay.
Those would address.
Great.
I want to announce the board, so with Val sitting off, it'll be Carrie and Connie as alternates, as associates serving as alternates on this one. And I guess at this point, are there any questions anyone has?
Is your microphone on? I missed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I had to turn up my internal volume. Like to begin. Thanks, Joe.
Sure.
I can start if you want.
Now you can, please.
I just don't know if the scale of this house is in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. I'm very concerned about the wall of nano doors. It's the size of this house that's a bit overwhelming. And it just, I don't, not that we're talking about the driveway, but I'm not sure I understand how that driveway works. As it's exactly on the property line, but it will affect if you are worried about the driveway being on the property line, it might affect how you site this house. But those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Ray.
Well, I share Abby's concern with respect to the mass. It's very monolithic, but I think beyond that, there's a number, I'm looking at all the elements. Sort of long ridge with the clipped gambrel ends. Lots of different roof, window sizes. It's massing that I just not only have not seen on Nantucket, I'm not sure I've ever seen it anywhere. It's just completely atypical of anything that we review or see out in the landscape and in town at Nantucket. I'm just speaking very generally right now. I don't really want to get specific because there's not an awful lot here that I can hang my hat on. You know, chimney in the middle, roof walk with the cross box, all sorts of different window sizes. I could go on and on.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Carrie.
Yeah, this is actually reminding me of the yacht club dormitory downtown. Just in a vague way. But I agree. I think the length of it, the scale of it, not that it's too big, but as Ray said, it's monolithic. I think the detailing does not seem like a marble way structure. And yeah, all the glass and nano doors, I'm not even sure which way they're facing, but basically as a corner lot, there's the potential of being able to see them from either street. I think I need to go down there. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I don't have really much to add. I know that it says that the northwest elevation is obscured by woods, but it's just too much glass. The roof lines are a bit different or atypical. And the long ridges, I think we might need some careful revisions. Thank you.
Thanks. So Patrick, I think for me, I want to start with what I find kind of refreshing for the area, except for the roof walk proportions, which should be a single bay on the northeast and the southwest elevations. Other than modifications to the fenestration being the low window, which I'm not really quite sure what that is, on the southwest, and the door heights. That's actually to me a charming little structure that I'm looking at, both the northeast and the southwest. Again, the roof walk would just be a single bay. Where this becomes challenging for me for the reasons previously stated by the other commissioners, except for the roof walk, which coincides with my prior statement, which needs to be simplified bays, not 4 but 2, is I think really for this to work for me on the northwest elevation, the nano wall needs to be broken up, as does the covered porch, so that you're separating those two. And it seems to me like breaking them so that they fall, the separation area is underneath the center dormer, starts to give this, that may create its own challenges, but it starts to give this a less monolithic, and it might even be that part of this becomes screened in porch, so it appears to be more additive massing. I think that there is room to work with this. Now, I'm not speaking to the fenestration yet. Again, the doors oversized relative to the windows, windows being the 2/2, which is what they appear to be, versus the 3 light. I presume those are either hopper or awning. I am not necessarily opposed to them, but the way they're utilized in the design, I don't think is appropriate. So I think that there's room for modifications there. The southeast elevation or rear, which may be visible from Marble Way, again, fenestration size, the roof walk, and then trying to break up this left to right kind of monolithic plane. And that bay window that kind of protrudes, the roof plane is a protrusion of the second story roof plane. That's just so atypical. That maybe just separate that out and lower it, turn it into like a bay window roof or something like that. And that's separate from the gambrel lower chord for me. I'm giving you specifics because I think that you could make some changes that would make this more workable, but as it is, I'm, you obviously you don't have support from the commission. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I was excited to both present, and then I saw a note about the models, because I think when you look at it in the 3D, and I'm actually not sharing the image on my screen at the moment, but I think that it is more compelling than it is as a flat drawing.
Yeah, the CAD program is, I think, a little flat. But in any event, I think where we are is that there's significant enough modifications that while the renderings may be beneficial, they'll be more beneficial after you make revisions.
Sure.
Take to heart the length, the monolithic nature. There were repetitive comments on that from the board, and I think it's important for you to kind of respond to that.
Sure.
And then obviously the fenestration proportions and so on and so forth. Do we have a motion for
Hold-
revisions?
To hold for revisions.
Yeah. Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray? Aye. Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. All right, now it'll be Joe on the, well, yeah, it'll be Joe on the next one. Val's holding her.
You're holding a little bit.
Yeah, I think. Feeling pretty.
Oh, no,
I
you got
can
the,
zoom in, but
Okay, well,
sorry.
that's okay. Can still be part of the team via Zoom. Okay, we're gonna let Val relocate, and that will mean that Joe and Carrie are active. And we are going to be on
Yeah.
7 Pleasant Street Hardscape.
Yeah, Mason's coming up to the mic.
And Val, you want to hold irrespective of your relocation.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So we're gonna hold that one. And there's no butters for 100 Low Beach. Grayson, good evening.
How are you?
You know, we're getting there.
Good.
We'd be better if we were at number 30, but why don't you go ahead and let us know what you got once you see it up on the screen.
Sure.
It'd be funny if someone had a box of chocolates picture in their submission.
Oh.
So this is a historic home, obviously, and the homeowner is looking to bring it back to its Greek revival sort of beginnings with the Macy family, and we want to echo that in the landscape with sort of symmetrical where appropriate, clean lines, and try to echo the architecture here. So we're looking for, among other things, a material change for the driveway from shell to brick, proposed patios both in blue granite, kind of like that historic one on the sidewalks you see. I'm having a difficult time sourcing it exactly, but that's the goal. Brick retaining walls to deal with the grade changes. And then there's a 13x7 spa. And then there's a couple of gate at the end of the halfway down the driveway that is a friendship gate. It's meant to sort of hide the backyard, but also prevent deer and allow car in once a season or twice a season to leave, and expand the driveway to fit more cars on that brick drive. Yeah, and then that's pretty much the gist of it on my side.
Okay, sounds good. Questions? Any questions for Grayson?
Just have one thing I want to say is that I don't think spas are allowed in the historic district.
There is a grandfather's spa that is going to the ZBA on Thursday.
Yeah. Let's see. Mickey, you guys got anything?
We do. Thank you, Stephen. So the existing driveway that's there now is quite a bit narrower. It leaves a kind of a wide planting bed along the side of the house. And the current proposal shows the new brick driveway running right up to the foundation of the house. We thought it would be best to have a 3-foot wide planter next to the house to sort of soften the edge of the house, separated a little bit from the brick driveway. The proposed gate at the end of the driveway is about 7 feet tall. It feels just a little bit too tall. That could be a little shorter. The driveway is proposed in herringbone, it looks like, at least on the pattern in the drawing, which is different than what's there now. I think it's more of a running bond. Probably should stay that way. And then on the south of the building, there's a couple of air conditioning units. I assume they're existing, but anyway, they're on the outside of the fence. It would be more appropriate to have them on the inside of the fence, or at least screened in some fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Concerns? Abby?
I wasn't there and done. Okay, so I agree. I like to when looking down the driveway, I would like to see some kind of softening, like greenery on either side. And I'm okay with the gate that you proposed. It's 7 feet with a cap. It could be modified a little bit, but other than that, I think it's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. I just want to get a clarification. When you say modified, you, with respect to caps, simplified or more ornate?
No, I think it can be as ornate as it is designed. Just maybe it just comes down in stature by about 6 inches, something like that.
Oh, small.
Overall, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Right?
Okay, so we have a number of gates. We've got the Friendship Gate, which is at the back of the property, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's okay. Now, I'm not really clear on where is the driveway gate like literally up there at the street? I mean,
No,
at the-
it's where the brick driveway ends and the green area begins.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I'm just curious, I guess. Why is the gate like at the back of the driveway?
The Friendship Gate one?
No,
Well, we didn't want it.
the so-called driveway gate.
After walking the neighborhood, I couldn't find too many examples of a larger gate like that so close to the roads. We
Well, that's good.
pushed it back. There's a couple, but I don't know that they would set precedent.
But, sorry.
Well, I saw these gates and I'm like, oh my gosh, up at the front there, but they're not. They're set back. I do agree with the comment about the extent of the brick paving there for the drive, if that can be somehow pulled away from the building and minimized somewhat. So that's it for me, Frank.
Gotcha. Let's see, Connie,
Um,
or I'm sorry, Joe and Carrie.
Sure. This is Joe. I agree with the comments regarding some greenery at the driveway. I think up against the structure Mickey mentioned, and I think that's a good suggestion. The herringbone, I'm guessing, isn't literal.
It's not literal. It's
Yeah.
just to differentiate between the sidewalk.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we'll get into the weeds on brick patterning. So, I would like presumably it's going to be orthogonal to the structures. I have no concerns about anything in the rear of the house, but I would just take a look at the brick patterning of the main driveway that's going to be visible. And then the gate, I think if the gate came down a foot so that you're at 6 instead of 7, understanding that it dips. I think otherwise, I don't think a lot of this is going to be visible, and I like the fact you're keeping a lot of lawn area back there. You mentioned brick retaining walls. If I think having some understanding, I'm assuming this will be a motion for revisions and you'll come back, but I think having an understanding of how this drops. So like if lawn is elevation 0 or the driveway, understanding the up or down from there and just understanding the nature of these brick retaining walls, if are they capped, are they not capped, assuming it's a running bond, but I think an elevation of the walls would be helpful.
Sure.
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Carrie, if you're talking, it's to yourself.
Yeah, sorry. I have a hard time getting to my little mute button or whatever that is. I agree with what everyone's said so far. I do just wonder the patio to the, what direction is that? South, the brick patio and the wrought iron balustrade. Is that a raised patio?
It
Is
is, and it's existing.
Okay. And then just only one person said about the AC, and that was Mickey. I just want to make sure that the AC does get either the fence comes in front of it or it gets fenced. Those are the only two things I needed to add to the rest of it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, the gates, so you're going to basically be using, is there like a geo? Yeah, okay. Answer my own question, had to zoom in. I actually don't have a concern with the herringbone layout. I think it's fine. The brick is the brick. It shows up a little bit differently. And there's enough variation in town that one or the other I don't think that it makes or break the design. The rest of the elements are, other than screening for the HVAC system or the outdoor condensers, and the height of the gates, I think are all fine. So, well, I think it would really be interesting to look at some of the wall details and so on and so forth. These aren't, right, these aren't elements that we're going to see. So I'm not going to have a concern with those. However, Grayson, so you've got this bricked area for the garage structure. Is that a garage in the back?
Yeah, it's a second dwelling that it was a garage, is a garage. Half of it is.
Oh, it's actually a patio?
It's a patio there.
Okay, because I'm like, I'm not seeing.
And that's existing as well.
An access way. Okay, so for me, the required modification is to drop the gate heights at the driveway each by a foot. And everything else, and enclose the the exterior condensers with picket fence. Or even what's the privacy fence you're proposing on the side? What style?
It's as drawn. It's kind of like a
just a V groove or square four-side board, vertical board?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say like a 3 foot, does the privacy fence have the Brosco type 2 cap on it, or?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, I would just say a 3 foot enclosure for the condenser for me. And that's totally approvable. My belief. Okay, so those are our comments. What do we want to do, folks?
Say hold for revisions.
Hold for revisions.
There we are.
So, on your motion, Ray,
Aye.
let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. All right, so
Thank you.
give us some
Appreciate it.
revisions and we'll wrap it up.
Certainly, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm next.
Okay,
You're not, are you?
61 Cliff Road,
Racing again.
racing again.
Yeah.
Racing again, Keller. All right, when you're ready.
So this one is a hardscape plan for a bluestone patio in the back. It does also include a small spa. It too will eventually go to ZBA, although it's in a zoning that is allowed. It's an undersized lot. So they want to sort of shoot for the stars.
Okay. Anything else?
Everything else, as far as the driveway and everything else, has been already approved. This was just, these details were taking longer, so we submitted separately.
I have a question.
Rank question.
So Grayson, I'm not understanding something here.
Sure.
When I look at the locust plan, it shows the driveway coming off of Moores.
Yes.
When I look at the next plan, which is, sort of a very light architectural plan, it's coming off of Moores. And when I look at the third plan, it looks like it's coming off of Cliff Road.
Yeah, apologies for the confusion. It exists off of Moores, but we had previously approved getting it off of Cliff for a number of safety reasons.
Got it. Okay, so we are indeed going off of a previous approval that has the access, the drive coming off a cliff.
Correct.
Well, all of that stuff that I just said really has nothing to do with what he's applying for, which I think is all fine. That's it.
Okay. Let's see, it's gonna be, is Val back with us?
Not yet.
Okay, so it'll be Connie and Joe. Let's see, Connie?
Yeah, I'm okay with this as long as it's screened. With our little caveat, not to be, you can't
Just
see
what
it.
time is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, so like it's so light. I'm just imagining that's privet that goes around the whole lot.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
the blue line, the turquoise line is the setback
the
from,
10-foot pool zoning setback, yeah.
okay, gotcha.
And then privet is existing on the sort of northwest and northeast, but on the front side, the planting there is not going to be privet, it's going to be lower.
Okay, and then.
Then
you're gonna-
down that alley there that we just saw in that picture, I think it would be beneficial to have some sort of return of privet with just a walkway there.
But you're and the driveway is going to be coming off the
Cliff Road.
what is that, south side or
Yeah.
whatever that is? Or not sure what side that is. But now that I understand that corner is privet, because it's very light in our on our drawings. It seems a little shoehorned in here with the patio and the pool and so I'm kind of on the fence about this. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Joe?
My thoughts echo Connie's. As long as it's not visible, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so that leads me to say, do we have a motion? Connie?
A motion to approve with the condition that it not be visible in perpetuity.
Okay, so time inspection and thereafter in perpetuity forevermore.
Mhm.
On your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
And I'm a no.
And I'm an aye. So that carries. And that will bring Carrie and Connie up on the next one. And the next one,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
thanks Grayson, is 26 Pocomo. Do we have Smith and Hunt here?
Hello. Your name for the record.
Chris Deemer representing Smith and Hutton.
I'm sorry, did you say Chris?
Chris.
Hey, good
Chris,
evening,
what's your
Chris.
last name?
Welcome to the
Deemer, D as
HTC.
in dog, EEMER.
Let's see, when you see it up on the screen, why don't you briefly walk us through your demo move?
Sure. So this is a 1970s structure that we had been in front of you about a year ago, I believe, and received full approvals for the project. We began construction this fall and discovered that all the existing framing conditions were significantly underbuilt in the original structure, and that it's to use the term from our structural engineer, structurally indeterminate. We had the engineer out to do a full inspection. He wrote a letter, which is included in the package, identifying that the structure is not sound. In addition, Paul Murphy has been out to do an inspection and has concurred that the structure is not salvageable. So we're here to request permission to demo it. The plan would be to continue to execute the previously approved plan.
Okay. So it'll be a demo versus a move off, and the resulting work will be the same, except for it'll be all new construction.
Correct.
Okay. Again, it's Carrie and Connie. Ray?
Applications like this make me believe there's a just God.
Mhm.
This is one of the ugliest houses on Nantucket. And no, I know that you guys weren't responsible, but I mean, since I arrived here in 1991, I've always thought of this building as like, oh my God, what happened? So yeah, I mean, hopefully no one will take it and it's gonna go to the dump. Thanks.
So I think, just to be clear, first of all, I agree with you. Second of all, you're looking for a straight demo, given the condition of the structure.
Well,
Correct.
Paul Murphy said it's like,
Well, you said you hope someone will take it.
no, I said, I hope nobody takes it. I hope it
Well,
goes to the
but
dump.
Right,
So
but
it's not-
since it's been determined unsafe under the building code, then it would go straight to demo.
There we
Correct.
go.
So I just wanted to make sure.
All right.
Paul Murphy has confirmed that he would issue a demo permit
Right.
for it.
David,
Yeah,
this was on my consent list and I am fine with this. I just did not want to do it alone.
okay, fair enough. So does anyone have any concerns? And if not, can we please have a motion to approve for the demolition?
So moved.
Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Hi.
Connie,
Hi.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. There you go, Chris.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas. Okay, Joe's up on the next one with Carrie.
Paul, did you want to screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'll
we
promote you to panelist.
are on to 50 Easton. Hi, Paul.
How we doing?
Good evening. All right, we are literally almost ready to turn the page.
In
This
other words, halfway.
Yeah.
We're more than halfway through.
momentous occasion. Paul, when you're ready.
Foreboding.
Do you ever see that Twilight Zone where they show what happens in between seconds? I mean, that's kind of the whole thing.
Nanoseconds?
But it's basically they everything is frozen and they show people like look like Blue Man Group running around fixing and moving things together, and it was interesting.
It's quantum mechanics, yeah.
Was making,
Sterling?
I do a little quantum
Right,
physics when I'm
right.
sitting here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kathy, what was that?
Who was a host of the show and
I don't know.
Rod Sterling.
Rod Sterling.
Yeah. I remember that one.
For you folks home watching and eating popcorn, you probably remember the Twilight Zone, but the kiddies at home with you won't.
No.
You can YouTube it, put it through the YouTube machine.
And those four at the HTC meeting entered the twilight zone.
It's true every Tuesday, right? All right, Paul, I bought you some time.
Let's go.
All right, Mr. Commissioner, fellow board members, here again before you for the White Elephant Kitchen renovation. I don't know if you remember, I was here before you a couple months ago, which overall I believe we all agreed on for some facade fenestration updates to limit some of the fenestrations we had for kitchen exhaust and makeup air. This is a little bit of the cart before the horse. We came in with you folks, we cleaned everything up, we got engineers involved, and now with clearances and air intake versus exhaust, we are back before you to make some changes to the north side fenestration.
Okay.
So I'll try to keep it super simple.
Good, because I got a 403 error.
Me too.
Yeah, me
I
too.
did too. Yeah. We all did.
So right here, you'll see on the left side is where we're proposing a new mechanical equipment roof walk penetration. On the right side is where we're showing the existing roof walk that currently exists that we were planning on putting some exhaust on. And then the bottom shows you the two elevations. So the elevation with no roof penetration for a roof exhaust and the elevation with the new mechanical. And then what we did on the gable end is right now there's two louvers on the bottom right that you can see. They're both painted white. It doesn't get us exactly the delta we need, so we're looking to install two new gable end louvers. The idea with these louvers would be to make them natural to color. We went over that with Holly, hoping that that would kind of blend better as an elevation rather than the white that's currently there that sticks out. So again, this is a revision to the previously approved to try to clean up the fenestration. We're here based on clearances and mechanical codes that we have to follow now to try to make this all work. So I'm here to answer any questions or concerns.
Okay, that sounds good. Questions?
Do we have any photographs of this?
While you're working on sharing?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. While I clear out my cache.
Oh, hold on.
Don't tell you.
Oh, Alice. Oh. So
It's-
this is where we'd see the two louvers that were natural.
Correct. So we would get rid of these two white louvers. We would create two gabled end louvers in the top where you see the big white one to be natural. It doesn't get us all the clearances we need for exhaust, so we still need a roof penetration. I will say, having walked this, and Google Earth's probably not doing it justice, it's hard to see anything up beyond in that elevation from street view, even though it obviously is very visible. Just perspective doesn't give you that sight line to see it there. So this gable end would definitely be obviously super viewable. The roof penetration that we did, we tried to move it as far back as we could and off the street to make that as least viewable as we could.
Any other questions, Rick?
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. That's as seen from Easton. Now, what about, I forget the name of that little street there?
Arbor Way or something.
Harbor Way, yeah.
Well, it's on the way to Children's Beach. I don't know if that's the name of it.
It is, it's Harbor Way.
Yeah, so
So Harbor Way, we're getting rid of all that. I don't know if you remember from the last time. See all the kitchen exhaust that's sticking out down
Yeah.
here at the end? All that's gone away.
but something is happening on the roof, right?
So the roof, we're taking these exhaust here and we're moving them up to the roof. So there'll be a central exhaust on this existing roof walk, which is what we came in before to get approved.
Right.
The problem is this gable end here doesn't give us enough for makeup air to
Okay,
today's.
so what we're really reviewing is that gable end.
We're reviewing that gable end, and we also had to add to the opposite side of that chimney, we did add a roof penetration too, Ray. So it's two gable end louvers and a roof penetration.
You mean like a vent stack?
Exactly, like a stack that comes straight
Okay.
out of the top.
All right.
Within the roof walk area.
No, it's actually off to
Oh,
the
it's
side.
separate. Okay.
Let me reshare the other drawing. Sorry.
Still here.
Let's see if that helps.
So if you see right here, you have the two
All right.
gable end,
Mhm.
and you have a new roof
Oh, on the other side.
Yep, on the opposite side of the
Yeah,
chimney.
yeah.
I tried to mimic the chimney and get into all that, but clearances didn't allow me to get that close. So,
And that's pretty far back?
yeah, let me go to the plan. It's almost back to the ridge of the roof that penetrates the opposite direction.
Right.
But obviously we have clearances from the roof equipment too.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, let's see. Did Mickey, you guys got anything on this?
Yeah, just kind of a question, I guess, for Paul. I mean, we appreciate the necessity of this and the current conditions are, not optimal, but Paul, one of the concerns from our board was the two vents sitting right next to each other. And to try to get a little separation, little couple, shingle area between the two vents, could they be reconfigured and be a little bit narrower and taller? Just to get some shingles between them?
Yeah, if we were looking to separate vents, I can just work with the square footage that we need and work with
Perfect.
getting some
Thank you.
seating around it.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks,
Hey,
Mickey.
Does anyone have any concerns?
I think the fact that those are natural to weather is going to help a lot.
Okay.
Did you say I'm on this? This is Joe speaking.
You are, so Abby's off. It's all three alternates outnumbering the elected members.
Ooh,
For the first
Oh,
time in history.
take over.
It is.
Well, I would like to echo Mickey's suggestion because the only thing, well, first of all, this is all a net improvement over what's there. So, but because this is up on the gable end, those louvered vents, I like the idea of a shingle separation, at least 6 inches between the trim. And then if they get slightly longer, that wouldn't be a bad thing because they have a horizontal proportion to them. I wouldn't fight for it necessarily, but if it's an easy engineering change, I think it would be an aesthetic improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else?
I agree with Joe.
And I have a question, Paul. Those louvers, are they direct fit on the outlets or are they, is this more of an aesthetic and we could actually do 3 of them in the same space as 2 and they would become even more vertical?
I'm gonna venture just based on the talk we've had that it's gotta be a custom kind of plenum that something attaches to.
So they could.
So I
Then
could,
it's the plenum in a 3-bay versus a 2-bay.
yeah, the only thing that makes me concerned is just that attic level is not exactly where you would think it is with the soffit. It's a little higher. So I'm
Well,
working with a base level.
Right, no, I get you. But then the plenum would be above the. Up, so I think what you're saying is a portion of this is not actually gonna be, the louver is not functional because it's below the.
Oh, it's all functional.
Okay.
I'm saying the bottom of the louver, I have to start at a certain point, obviously in the attic and work up. So I'm limited with that triangle space within the attic to try to capture.
So all I'm saying is you could accomplish the vertical nature by turning this into a 3-bay versus a 2-bay by having a custom plenum termination that is the transition to the louver vents.
Correct.
And then the functional aspect of that would be that these cedar louvers would not be as long with respect to their width, and they're going to be more durable, I think. These aren't huge spans for cedar, but it's still going to be cooking in the sun out there. And yeah, does anyone have a concern with going with a 3-bay over a 2?
Doesn't matter to me. It's fine.
It addresses the vertical, creating a vertical nature
Well,
without
I'm in
additional
favor of that.
ornaments. Okay. What do we want to do, folks? An exhibit A?
Well,
I'll draw it.
okay.
It's basically going to be a 3-bay versus a 2-bay.
And it'll have shingle space?
No, it'd be like a mulled unit.
All right.
Kind of like it is now, except for
Yeah, with 3.
with
I get
3.
it.
So you
They're
can
not
actually
horizontal.
decrease that,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, do you want that motion?
If you guys are good with it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, so
3 bays vertically formatted, Exhibit A.
and on your motion,
All right,
Abby, Oh, Abby's not on this. Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, Paul, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Mr.
Thanks.
Val is online.
Val, do you want to sit or are you gonna audit for you so you can be an alternate in the future?
Well, she has her application maybe.
I'll sit on some, sure.
Okay, so we're on to 14 Silver Street, enlarge the deck, Matt. Exhibit A. Exhibit A.
I share.
Good evening, Matt.
Evening, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Not give me the option. I get to join as a panelist.
Yeah, hang on a
Um,
second. I'll come up you. Sorry, I was asleep at the wheel over here.
So as this is uploading, so this is 14 silver. Which you reviewed earlier tonight with the landscape. So we just have a primarily a deck in the rear. And we did make reference to a grade change, but I think that was reviewed previously. So this is basically a rear deck addition off of the original approval that you've looked at. I think Holly's comments were that she was not overly concerned with the size of the deck in its current incarnation. She did ask what the previous approval of the grade was, and it's basically minus, we put the finished floor elevations, grade elevations on the plans based on the survey and the topo. So pretty much any of those existing or the proposed grades, they change from corner to corner of the house because it's a fairly sloped site. But you could just deduct 0.6 feet from any of those values to understand what the previous approvals were, if that makes any sense.
Does anyone have questions for Matt on decimal point carrying or anything like that?
Carry the two.
No? Okay. So Val's on, and that means, oh gee, where did I finish? Connie and Carrie were in the last one? So it'll be Joe. And who'd like to begin?
Steven.
Matt, Mickey?
Yeah, just quick. Yeah, there was some concern by our board that this is a very large deck on the back of this small cottage. Understanding the visibility from, I guess, really what we're looking at is the Silver Street parking lot. The concern was a little bit less, but it still seems disproportionate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who'd like to go? Abby? You're still off?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So it will be Carrie and Joe.
And I had this on my consent, and my concern was the same as what Mickey just said, as well as I didn't have Holly's comments at the time.
Okay.
So I didn't put it on consent. But I do think it's a little too large as well.
Okay, thank you. Ray.
Can we make it a little smaller?
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
we certainly could. The preference is not, only because this is a fairly sloped site. We've kind of pulled the cottage as far back as possible. And in terms of like outdoor area, this is really all we've got. So while we certainly could, I'm just kind of projecting the owner using it, and if they had more space, it'd be great. And I also don't think it's going to be really visible. I really don't think this is going to be visible from anywhere.
Yeah. Matt, can I ask a question on your dime, Ray? Matt, the parking area, I'm not sure what I'm looking at in your site plan.
This.
But is that the termination of the parking area?
Exactly.
So the parking area actually is, you won't
Yeah.
be able to view the deck from being in your car unless you're on the far side looking back through the other cars.
Correct. And you can see we've got a vegetative buffer. And I also think there's a natural like berm there with the parking. And this is set down lower than the elevation of that parking area.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, while Ray was.
I'm okay. I'm good.
Let's see, Carrie spoke, Joe?
Yeah, I have no concerns due to the lack of visibility. Thank you.
Val?
I agree with Joe.
I agree with Val. Ray, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I agree with everybody. I move to approve this as submitted. Thank you.
Okay, on your motion.
Aye.
Let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Stephen?
aye. I forgot to say aye. I was trying to figure out.
Stephen?
Steve?
Stephen?
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, I was trying to count people and say yes at the same time. Yes, I can chew gum, but I can't think. Okay, Matt, you're all set.
Thank you very much.
And that moves us to
So
81 Pulpus.
Reed, did you want to screen share?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had this on consent and I requested a photo of the gate, which I can see he did provide.
Okay, super.
There was no-
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reed Unor. So the first application I have for you this evening is a driveway gate at 81 Pulpus. It's a typical sort of Cape Cod board gate that will be placed right at the end of the apron that's currently there, shown in this photo. And the gate is proposed to be painted white. That's all the comments I have.
Oh, I didn't.
I was just getting ready to motion to approve.
Hey, what? Because it's
Un-
painted white?
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
pretty
Val,
visible.
Can we please have it natural to weather, Reed?
Well, we are the authority having jurisdiction.
Absolutely. I would say we will take your approval, and if
I'd be willing to make a motion right now for a natural gate.
all right, we'll take it, and if you come back and see me, then so be it. Or if I come back to see you, sorry.
Well, he's ready to become a member.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do move to approve this gate, albeit natural to weather, not white.
Okay, and Connie, you're sitting on this. Ran your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
And thank you for providing the picture. I.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Okay.
and I'm an okay too. Okay, so that's all okay. And that brings us to, let's see, next up will be 17 Hooper Farm, and Joe will sit.
I
And
think you have to do the second dwelling first because the primary doesn't have a site plan.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
yeah, why don't we hopscotch that?
All right, so this application then is for a secondary dwelling at Hooper Farm. I will preface both of these applications as obviously they're together with, some pretty tight site constraints. We did attempt to make some sort of accommodations with putting the parking to the rear of the lot to avoid having it on the front of Hooper Farm Road, as well as pushing that secondary dwelling back as far as possible from the street. We tried to keep both of these structures as very simple forms and keep the fenestration as consistent as possible. We are hoping that you'll appreciate the simplicity of forms, understanding that they are sort of compact on this site. I'll leave my comments to that and look forward to yours.
Thanks, Reed. Let's see.
I'll go.
Val,
As an overall picture, I think it's too much building on this little corner. And they're both 2-story, one almost 30, this one over 27. I think something needs to be rethought. Perhaps the secondary dwelling could stay 2-story, pushed back, but the front dwelling should be more in keeping with the neighborhood. There are a few 2-story houses, but there's nothing with 2 boxes that are 2 stories on this street yet.
okay. Thank you.
It's right on the corner.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are you good with those for now? Okay, those comments, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Abby?
Yeah, I'll go because I agree with Val completely. Hooper Farm Road is still pretty rural and the houses are set back from the road. This looks just so overdeveloped. So, with the 4-car spaces and, it's a bit shoehorned in. So I don't think it goes with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe.
I think it would benefit the applicant and help us if we had a streetscape. I was just cruising through both these applications to see, and it looks like the Hooper Farm side, both gables are facing the road, and I think that the site might be helped by spinning one of the ridge lines potentially. Just one thought, and I don't disagree with what's been said regarding the amount of building on the property, but perhaps if there's a streetscape that shows some hardscape and landscape planning, we might get a better picture. And I think it would also benefit to see a site plan that shows how much lawn area versus hardscape is there, just to help it visually. The buildings themselves seem relatively benign. One comment, the windows feel a little bit under scale, and it makes the buildings feel overscaled, oddly. There's definitely an inverse relationship there with all the shingle area. And if you have room, I think even like a little bracketed roof over the entry on this guest lodge that faces Hooper Farm would help. A trellis, something I think needs to be done just to soften the vertical wall planes. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, who does that leave?
Me.
Ray.
So I agree with the macro comments that were made about sort of the two-story structures on that, relatively small lot. Also Hooper Farm context, which, has a tremendous number of single-story ranch type houses, as we know. But I'll also, so there's that. And the other thing sort of to play off of Joe's, fenestration, yeah, the windows and the doors are all, well, doors aren't undersized, the windows are undersized, but there are also too few of them. This is seriously under fenestrated. I noticed like on the main house, you've got 3 windows on the first floor and 2 on the second floor. So it's sort of like, I don't know, it kind of flies in the face of that orderly design where you have windows stacked. Also benefit from a gable end window. And on the guest house, similarly, there's 2 windows on the first floor and 1 on the second floor. So I think that more glass, less shingle is a seriously good idea here. Thanks.
Thanks. So I agree with a lot of what's been said. 2 stories, too many, too much on the lot. And the thing for me here is I think there's a couple of they may not be precedents, but they are much more appropriate for the area. 3 Waydale, 3 and 5 Waydale, Reed, you're familiar with.
Yep.
You got the small cape, a traditional historic cape, which is a 1-story, true 1-story, some 28 feet or less long by less than 20 feet deep. And that's on the roadside, the main roadside, and then a larger structure to the rear. That I think could be acceptable. That is at that location, 2 separate, 3 and 5 Waydale. Further down on Hooper Farm, a similar solution was implemented, and I think that was successful for the neighborhood. There's a ranch style to the left of this. There is a modified
mid-century suburban traditional, which is a ranch with an offset gable forward. On the right side of this, as you're facing it from Hooper Farm. Not suggesting you can't develop the site and develop the identity of the neighborhood, but these are so tall and no additive massing and over dense on the lot that it really changes the nature of this neighborhood to, I don't know, it's more like Essex Road than and not to be punitive or anything to Essex, but it changes the nature of this streetscape. So those are my concerns and my comments. And I think we're at a point where we're thinking maybe some revisions.
Yep, that's for the house and the
Are
guest
we going to
house.
have the new dwelling track because he might want to shift things around?
I think the new dwelling, I think we could, does anyone have a concern with applying the comments that you've made to the new dwelling as well and holding them both for revisions?
My comments were for both of them.
That's
You know,
mine
the
were.
whole site, really.
Agreed.
Okay, so
So
can we get a motion to
Mike-
hold both of these applications for revisions, consistent with our comments?
I'll make that motion.
Thanks, Abby. On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
I,
let's see, Joe,
Aye.
and wait, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Val, I'm so sorry, because you weren't here. And I'm an aye. Okay, so thanks, Reed, on those.
Absolutely.
And now we're on to your second gate, which I actually had, and I marked it as a view just because of the ornate nature in that area, just to have said it. Why don't you do your presentation and we'll go from there.
Okay, so yeah, this is another driveway gate on Clifford Street out by Nobody Beach. And this setting is much more rural. The house is new and there, as well as the driveway. I'm realizing, apologies, I've drawn a brick apron that doesn't exist. I was not the applicant for the hardscaping, but this photo is current and accurate that you can see down here. The client requested some sense of privacy to this driveway opening. And so to try and accommodate his wishes as well as keep with some of the rural setting, we tried to keep a sort of board and picket style fence that has vertically proportioned and slender members that are spaced tightly across to create some opacity to the gate itself. This gate is also proposed to be painted white to match the existing house's trim. And one thing that perhaps the view would help, if that is how you decide, is that these berms on either side are quite tall relative to the existing grade. Obviously, those were approved and applied for by you all, but I would say the top of the plantings that are currently on those berms at the highest point are at about 5 feet at their tallest. So the gate height itself was derived from how those plants will feel at their mature state, to try and sort of create some datum between the soft vegetation and the gate itself. I'll leave that to the extent of my comments. Look forward to hearing yours.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see, it will be Carrie on this one. And who'd like to begin?
I can.
Right.
So I'm looking at the photo with the, wide drive coming in and imagining a bright white gate there.
Mm.
You knew I was going to say that, right? So, and the other thing is, I think that the little sort of almost baluster-like detail is very busy. It's rural. What I'd really love to see is a 1x4s with an inch or an inch and a half of space between them as opposed to this, like, numerous narrow boards that would comprise the gate. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, just take off the, those, whatever those are, balustrades, and just have the skeleton part of the gate, natural to weather. I'd be fine.
So just, sorry,
Yeah.
to be clear, I was allowing for the, it sounds like privacy is an issue, although I'm not sure a gate of that height's gonna provide it, but I was still allowing for my comments were to keep the boards, but just make them wider, 1x4s as opposed to those narrow things that look like they're, maybe 2 inches wide.
No, I'm, it's my own opinion that
Oh, okay.
it's a beachy, landscape, and I think the extra detail is too much.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Val.
I agree. I think it's too much and it shouldn't be white. We never even used to approve gates. Now we're like gate heaven.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't
Carrie?
think it would provide privacy either.
Yeah, I'm with Val. I think the whole parking court is the problem, actually. If they move the driveway from one side and plant some stuff in the front, then they'd have privacy. But the way they've laid it out, they're doomed to be, this grand entrance to this beach house. And a gate is just not, I don't know if there are any gates out there. Are there?
There are some. I
There
went out
are?
there, yeah, but they're not, I didn't notice that any of them were white.
Yeah, I think change the
Mr. Chair,
driveway.
could I comment on that?
Briefly, Reed, but let's wait till the floor clears.
Sorry, 7 Clifford, which is just to the right of this property, has a painted white sort of cape board gate with I believe they're 1x4 pickets on the front of it. I apologize.
Was it approved by the HDC?
Probably not.
I couldn't comment on that. I apologize.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. That leaves me, I think, so a couple things, Reed, that image of the house, I believe, shows a 20-something foot wide driveway. However, the gate is proposed at 14.8. Am I correct or no?
I believe you're correct, or you're correct on the dimension of the gate. I believe there's a sort of distortion of perspective from the photo. It's not a 20-foot wide driveway. I think it was maybe a trick of the camera.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna count shell widths or anything like that. John would say, count the shingles, when we do the height. But, yeah, I think for me, this would be like a natural to weather 3 slat, horizontal slats on a simple frame with simple posts, if anything. I know there's another gate out there at 7 and it's painted white, but maybe it could be painted white, but it just has to be incredibly simple to my mind. So there you have it. You want to make some revisions? Do you think we had consensus on revisions? Yeah. I wasn't sure if people were just like, there was enough.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one clarifying question?
Yeah.
So would the general consensus be that there would be no vertical members visual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple horse fence style gate, I think, is what you're looking at, and you can fight for white.
Okay, all right. Well, then, yeah, we're happy to hold for revisions. I'll check in with my client to see if that's something they're interested in pursuing.
And also, I just, not for nothing, the termination, it's the way it's drawn in the site plan, and I don't anticipate that's actually what you all are intending, is the gate is just kind of floating out there.
Yeah, the deer are going to go around the ends.
So we just need to understand better how it's going to feel. There will be a sense of grounding as you're viewing it.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Happy holidays.
So that moves us to 17.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, who made the motion to hold for revisions?
I'll make it.
That was Val.
Val.
Want to vote?
Sure.
I thought we voted. We did vote.
Yeah, maybe I was asleep.
Yeah, no, maybe I was asleep. But guess what, guys? It's time for the lightning round.
Oh, good. Thank
Oh,
God.
good.
We need a vote, right?
Yeah,
did
we
vote.
need to vote.
Oh, we did? Okay, yeah.
Did we vote?
No, I don't think so.
I can't
Or
remember.
I asked. Okay, well, let's vote again.
No.
Just in case.
Kathy, on your motion? No, I'm just teasing.
Mhm.
Who made the motion?
I'll make the
Val.
motion.
You know, this is why we need the lightning round.
Yeah.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Now, Lindsay, good evening.
Good evening.
17 Lions. Okay, so before we begin with these, Kathy, these are the ones that the cross.
Right, and I didn't, did you
I
want to
didn't-
screen share? Well, I left for this meeting at 3:30. You must have did it after I left.
AC submissions and your email.
I didn't get it.
We don't get them here.
I'm not cool enough to put it on there, but can I airdrop them to you?
Yeah, let's,
But I did, we
Stand
did
by.
get site sections done.
stay tuned, folks. So what we're gonna do is,
Do you want to look at 18 Longwood first? Because that one's like.
is Mirka here or Matt, you're gonna do that?
What is that?
Not that you're presenting for her, but you guys work on a lot of projects together. 72 Monomoy? Mirka, are you online?
No, she's not online.
Okay, yeah, if we were gonna be a few minutes, I was gonna have somebody substitute those clean. Your eyes is gonna be, a little more complicated, I'm sure.
I just did it just recently.
Oh, JB Studio, is JB Studio here?
Is that the?
Yep. Not in HTC.
And then there's George.
Paul. Tori.
You can't do it.
No. So no, you didn't get them,
I got it right here. It said.
but they can't see them. Yeah, but they need to be able to see them. All right.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so why don't you guys work that out while you're doing that? And Matt, we appreciate your collaborative nature, by the way. And the chocolates again. And Lindsay, you didn't bring chocolates, so that's 2 strikes.
Ooh,
That's supposed to bring chocolate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what do you mean were you supposed to be? It's the last meeting before Christmas, for God's sake. We're gonna double dip.
How about some fresh pears?
And fresh pears. And by the way, peppered salami,
Some Gruyere.
and French cheese. Okay, let's get George up here while we're waiting.
Well, Matt's screen sharing right now.
Well, I don't think he's ready. Matt, are you gonna be more than a minute?
Yeah. Wait, it's
Yeah,
right
we
up
don't want to
there.
rush you guys.
It's right-
Take
it's
your
right-
time. George, come on up. We're gonna process George. Go
Thank
back
you.
to Lindsay and then we'll do your eye.
Sharing right now.
Good evening, George.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for coming to this meeting prepared. We appreciate it. That's worth a box of chocolates.
I do my best. I don't always succeed, but I sure try.
Okay, you
Go
go ahead.
This is 3 Nobodere Ave. This is directly across the street from the earlier applicant, 6 Nobodere at the end of the dirt road, to the right of Surfside as you're heading towards the beach. This pool and hardscape was previously approved. In looking at the plan and the houses under construction, would like to create a little bit more living space, outdoor patio space between the house and the pool. So we've proposed to shift the pool and the spa and increase the patio space and make some material changes. On the Nobodere Ave side, which would be the north side of our property, there's a heavy existing privet hedge that we're planning on maintaining. So it's screened from Nobodere, and then Nobodere, as the previous applicant spoke about, ends just about to the west side of our property, across from where their property driveway entrance starts. Other than shifting the pool and the spa location, we'd like to make a change on the patio material. We had originally submitted and got granted approved. We'd like to submit bluestone. We also had
a crushed shell walkway from the crushed shell driveway that was approved. We'd like to switch the walkway section to bluestone as well. Everything is screened, we think appropriately from the street, and we would obviously expect the caveat of, not visible at time of inspection and in perpetuity. The client is considering a pool cabana. That's not part of this application. We wanted to show it on there so we could make sure that we would have it cited appropriately if we move forward. That would be coming in as a separate application altogether. And that's essentially it.
Okay. Let's see, it's going to be Ray, Abby, Val, myself, and Connie. Who'd like to begin?
Is this part of the lightning round?
Yeah, well, rest of the evening is like.
Okay, so I'm good with this.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, the applicant?
Sure.
Are we reviewing all of the landscape here?
Well, I don't believe that's the case. It's shown there so that we can imply screening. It's just the hardscape and the pool and spa location is what this application is for. The privet hedge is.
Okay, so it's not a revision to a previously approved, it's new. Like the pool has not yet been approved.
Yes, it was previously approved.
In a different location.
In a different location. It was more
So,
inside. the
Georgia,
front of the-
just, it would be helpful to know what was approved before, helpful to you, frankly. So the pool was approved and the patio was approved as a different material, as I understand it, correct?
It was improved as granite, yes.
Right, so, just a difference in location of the pool and a difference in the material for the patio.
Correct.
That's it. Then I'm good. Thanks.
Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
This is a little bit weird, but I'm not sitting on this, but I reviewed it for consent. And I just wanted to mention that the only reason why it's not on consent is because I didn't know what I was comparing it to. And it looked benign, but I think you wouldn't even have to be presenting if it had the previous application or the previous approval. I just wanted to re-emphasize what Ray mentioned. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you. George, no more of that. Do a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted with the
Okay.
caveat.
The not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Yeah,
And on your motion,
aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Joe, you're on the next one. The next one is, you fellas ready? All right, so the next one is gonna be,
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Chocolates are in the mail.
Merry Christmas. We'll follow up with Kathy on the chocolates. Let's see, Merck is still not with us.
Nope.
So we're gonna put that on official hold and we're gonna look for Uri and 126 Armain. Uri, you understand where in the
I'm here.
lightning round?
Yeah, and this is.
You're
how
right.
we-
Did you want to screen share?
Sure, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, great, thanks.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
so
a
brief-
simple application where we are trying to add the chimney to previously approved.
And Mr. Chair, you have two abutters online.
Okay.
So
Nice.
there is a previously approved dwelling, and on the south elevation, on the south wall, we are proposing a chimney, which will be like a larger fireplace downstairs inside, of course, and then it reduced the size to 3 feet, 2 foot 6 wide. Actually, that's it's all brick.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, questions first of all. Anyone? All right, Mickey, you there?
Yes, so exterior chimneys are clearly not encouraged in the old historic district. This is in the back of the property, but there are some driveways on Vestal Street that have views toward the back, and this may be visible through down one of those driveways. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and address abutter concerns? Do we have, actually, I would have asked for them before Mickey.
Yeah, hang on.
10 minutes earlier, that
Yeah,
would have
is
been the game.
Kevin, he doesn't have a last name. You want to state your last name for the record when you,
I can't see the screen, so.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Kevin Toth. My family and I live next door at 128 Main Street. As always, thank you to the HTC staff and commissioners for all your time on this stuff. We're just frustrated to see that this is back on the agenda to be discussed again, this property. I mean, the HTC very generously approved the original application for this massive house. This is literally just fanning the flames of this controversial new Main Street spec development. This multi-story, brand new house, it couldn't be more visible from Main Street. I think there's probably a reason that there's no street view in the application. You'd see a massive, ridiculous wall of structures that have all been added by this developer. Adding a chimney only increases the elevation, which was heavily discussed during the several meetings. The original plans were reviewed. And just as a reminder, there's a significant grade change upwards from Main Street up to this backyard lot. So we need to remember the previous discussions about this house, and that it should be analyzed in terms of elevation, especially with respect to the front house, and not just in height. We would ask the HDC to stick to what they already approved. Not allow additional items and work to be pasted onto these plans. They've already tried rehashing other things of the front house. Now they're trying to revise these plans, which were extensively deliberated. Adding to this massive house is honestly, it's greedy, and it further alters the streetscape. They voluntarily subdivided these lots. They've done so much work over there. It's getting absurd. I cannot believe we're back here talking about this again. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. Does anyone else have comments that are repetitive?
this is Stephanie Bradford. Did you want to speak? Oh, she doesn't have her hand raised.
Okay.
So,
No hands raised.
no, not this
Okay.
moment.
All right, Mickey went, Butter spoke. The board is Ray, Abby, Val, myself, and Joe. And who would like to
I can
begin?
go.
Val or Abby?
Yeah,
Go.
right, I was just looking at the first floor plan, but, if that chimney was enclosed and it came, well, it was just more inside than completely outside, so it would be, half of it would be inside and the other half would be coming out of that dormer. Now I can't find that elevation.
So the bottom half would be inside?
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
would be fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, Ray.
Agree with Abby.
Val.
I agree with Abby and Ray, and I think we should view it and see if we can see this elevation.
Yeah, that's true too.
Okay, Joe?
I agree with all that's been said, and actually, we always try getting chimneys onto any new structure if possible. So I think it was an anomaly to be approved without one, and having it interior, at least partially, is appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So I think what we would like is a view with a pole and at the height, at the location, left to right on the site, and the height and view from Vestal Street, I think is probably going to be the most relevant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Uri, you can let us know through staff when that is. All right.
So are you looking for ridge poles also for the approved building already, or just the chimney?
The chimney, the center point of the chimney, the height, and the accurately located on the site.
Yeah, just the chimney.
Yep, just the
Okay.
chimney. So I
And
think, can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we're on to,
you.
17 Lions. Are you guys still struggling?
Like, I've got it right here, and then it's not communicating with this,
Okay.
The service is.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let you guys muddle along there. 53, nobody was on hold, 126 Main, just let me cross things off here. George went, that brings us to 13 Westchester Street. Is
Yeah.
Tori with
Tori's-
us?
Yeah, hang on one second. Tori, did you want to screen share?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
When you're ready, Tori.
Great.
When you see it. And don't forget, Tori. Lightning rounds.
Gotcha.
I don't think they can hear that.
Oh, they can?
They might not.
Well,
We can hear it.
Oh, you can?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, this is a newly proposed 18 feet wide by 21 feet deep, I believe, driveway located at 13 Westchester Street. We are proposing to put a retaining wall. The topography of the piece of property does go from the street and gets higher. The house sits up on the hill, so to speak. Where you see the top picture in the top left corner is an existing rose garden that is where the new relocated driveway will be. We're proposing to do the retaining wall out of Pennsylvania fieldstone that matches the existing retaining walls that are up closer to the house on the property already. And we'll be relocating the privet that you see to the left of the street staircase there in the middle photo on the right, up to the upper left of the property along the neighboring property line. We're doing brick to match the brick sidewalk. And with that, I'll turn to the board.
Thanks, Tori. Does anyone have any questions? Tori, I have one. So you've got two images. The lower two on the right, one shows existing mailbox and entry gate, no proposed changes. And then the other shows existing Penfield stone wall, proposed retaining to match. Those stairs it's shown in the lower image are not on the site, or they are?
They're up by the house. They're not on the street.
Okay, fine. That just for orientation.
Yeah, that was just to give you a visual of the existing stone.
Okay, cool. Mickey, you guys got anything on this?
Yes, thank you. So, we always try to discourage 2-car wide parking spaces in the OHD. If you think that it's okay to have 2 cars wide, a 7-foot space is a legal space in town for a second space. So if we could narrow the second space down to 7 feet, that would at least take 2 feet off the width of the driveway, and that would be better. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Again, we know who we are, and Carrie, you're the alternate concerns.
Are you asking for people
Yeah.
to go?
Abby, go ahead.
Okay. This is on my dog walk and I'm very familiar with this corner. And to keep it rural, I would definitely say that corner going up Sunset Hill, and I wish that was marked because people would know that road, that be heavily vegetated. I agree with Mickey that I would, of course, prefer one being in Old Historic. But if we can narrow this down a bit, instead of 18 feet wide, because I think that's there are some doubles on Westchester, but this is going to be a big change for this part of town. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Ray?
I'm going to comment on the double parking lot thing because I did a house right down the street where we got parking. The way that I believe it's a DPW looks at this, it may be a select board, I can't remember which, but they say if you remove one parking space, it becomes a yellow line when it's a private space. So you lose one parking space. In exchange, they require you to have 2 spaces. That was the whole issue with Linda's parking spaces on Main Street. So this applicant, doesn't really have a choice. If you say, well, it's only one space, they're not going to get an approval for it, from a different regulatory board. However, having said all that, yes, you are entitled to do the smaller space, which is 7 feet wide rather than 9. So in that way, we're able to make it smaller. So I would be behind that. So thanks.
Okay.
Could I add something to
You may.
just so fast? This house already has 2 parking spaces up at the top of the hill. So-
Okay.
May I address that, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Abby, I think you're confusing this with the corner of Sunset Hill. That long driveway to the left is actually 15 Westchester. Sunset Hill is farther down, about 9 houses.
Oh, this isn't on the corner of Sunset and Westchester?
It is not.
Okay, corrected. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Yep. Let's see, Val.
Yeah, I have a question that made me think. Tori, this driveway, is it a shared driveway?
The one we're proposing would be a private
No,
driveway.
No, the one that's there.
To the left?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a shared driveway for an original lot that was originally all 15 Westchester, which was subdivided many years ago to 15 and 17 Westchester, and they both share that.
I was just wondering if there'd be any merit to having the driveway spur off of that as opposed to Westchester, that's all.
Tori, is there an easement in place for 13?
There is not an easement in place.
Okay, so that would be a separate, okay, just wanted to make sure I understood. So
Yep.
although they have stepstones shown in the site plan to that driveway, there is not a by right use through an easement?
There is no by right use through an easement, no. Of the driveway to the left at 15 is what you're referring to, correct?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
one Val, yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
she sees that there's a driveway, she's like, why put a curb cut in, which I
Mhm.
don't think is a bad idea, but if they don't have rights to it, I guess they really can't.
Yeah, they do not.
Okay, Val, do you have any other comments you'd like to make?
No. Make it as
Carrie,
less narrow as possible, yeah.
okay. Carrie,
Yeah, I'm fine with it if it can narrow a bit. Yep.
okay. I'm actually fine with it as it is. I mean, 2 feet is like, what's the difference? And part of that is the house is farther away and up the hill. So, if if they get a 7-foot car and the driveway is 18 feet and they have an 8-foot wide car, you're actually gonna have more space to view versus having privet lining the driveway and having less space to view the house. So, I don't know, 6 of one, half a dozen another, tomato, tomato. What's the motion?
I'm going to try and approve as submitted.
Okay, so, on your motion,
Hi.
Abby,
I'm a no. Sorry.
Abby's a no. Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
I will be agreeable.
and you are typically very agreeable and in
Oh,
a very,
am I?
a very friendly and kind way. And I'm an aye. So, it's 4 in favor, 1 opposed to Abby, for the record.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are on to seeing the gentleman still working on their technical skills. 5 Coffin.
7 Back Street, I think, or do you want to go to Coffin?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. 7 Back Street.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, so similarly, we are proposing a new curb cut. We are working with National Grid and Verizon to remove the guy wire that you see in the photo. The driveway will be just to the left of that between the staircase and, as you can see in the bottom picture, we've cleared the trees. And I believe they're moving the telephone pole too, if I'm correct. At any rate, we're proposing, I believe it's 18 by 21 again. It is set with an apron off the street. Most of the aprons on Back Street specifically are only 5 feet deep for some reason. So we've matched that in like kind to, as the precedent presents itself on the street itself. And you can see that we're about 10 feet from the street before we get to the wider part of the 18 by 21.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and again, sorry, brick with Belgian block apron. Not brick, shell with Belgian block apron.
Okay, I think brick is gonna be the apron you're gonna end up with, but we'll see what happens. Let's see, questions?
I see the site plan there, but I don't see it in my package. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I
but-
didn't see.
Should be,
Um,
it's the same one that.
yeah, I didn't see it in the packet though.
It's not in there.
Okay, well, we'll just, if this passes, we're just gonna wanna make sure that the, site plan is part of the packet, the digital packet too.
It should be.
Huh. Yeah, we're not seeing it in the link that
That's
we're
odd.
clicking on.
Mm.
Okay, so, let's see, Ray.
Even, we're okay with it, except brick would be
Okay.
preferable.
Thanks, Mickey. I figured because it was on the backside, you guys were gonna be good with it. Oh, yeah, I see it on that one.
Yeah.
I didn't see it on mine.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Ray.
Yeah, brick
Right.
and good.
Connie, you're gonna be active on this. You wanna go? Connie's good. Abby?
I'm brick.
Bricked. Val, you bricking it?
Sure.
All right, so it sounds like we need a motion.
Can I just mention something, Stephen, please?
Very quickly.
Sure. I just wanted to point out that every single apron on the road is almost Belgian block. Almost everyone is Belgian block.
I think.
So I don't know if this will stand out in that respect, but
It's been good to have pictures. Yeah.
I know.
I still prefer the brick.
Yeah, I'm still with
Okay.
brick.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. So it sounds like we need a motion to approve subject to the apron being brick
So moved.
as a condition on the COA.
Mm.
On your motion, Abby,
Is that just for the apron or also for the,
just for the apron, it'll be a shell drive.
okay, fine. Okay. I'll make that motion.
Okay, and on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Right.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
and I'm an aye.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you very much, guys.
okay, now, Merry Christmas if we don't see you, Tori.
Likewise, happy holidays.
Let's see, Matt, 5 Coffin Street, or are you back in business? Okay, let's see if we can stay in business here at the HDC.
Oh, technically.
Ooh, excuse me.
bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. I'm supposed to be getting my pajamas
They
on,
have to
so
register.
let's get rolling.
The other ones.
17 Lions is up first.
Is he under yours, Matt? Yeah. Okay, never mind then.
So this is the section that you had requested, showing the existing grades and the proposed. So you can see like the house and the landscape really does work with the contours of the lot. There's a little bit of filling obviously in part of the pool, but the bottom of the trough, it's actually back to the existing grades.
Okay, so I had this one for consent and I have an opportunity to be out on sites and some of these pools are like 20 feet above the grade below,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is huge topography remanipulation, and we're not building structures in China, so it concerns me. Where they're terraforming to make it happen. So thank you for that. I have no concerns on the consent end of it. Does the board is going to be, Joe will be active. And does anyone have any concerns with this? All right, and does somebody have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
Caveat.
With the
Excellent.
set pool.
On your motion, Joe.
Aye, with the pool caveat, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, not visible time inspection or thereafter, and Ray,
Right.
Dale. Abby,
Aye.
Dale,
Okay.
and I carries, we're gonna move to 18 Longwood. I had this one for consent, same concern, I'll reserve comment until I see the section.
So this one is it's way off the road. It's gonna go behind an existing structure. And again, we're working with the grades that are.
Can we zoom in? I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
So this structure, that box right there.
Okay, that's the dwelling.
That's the dwelling. So that's actually the proposed new dwelling. There's another dwelling that's actually sits where it says existing grade. There's another dwelling right there.
Now, is the grade dropping off in the other, like?
As you go back, it
Okay.
really drops down. but
Okay.
That's existing. So.
Thank you. No concerns for me anyways. Does anyone have any concerns? Again, regular board and carry on this one.
No concerns.
Motion,
To approve as submitted?
not visible time inspection thereafter.
Right on.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to 5 Coffin. We got 3 left and some minutes, guys.
2 left.
The last one's
Last
not.
one, hold.
Last one's
Let's
not.
see.
Last one's pulled. Okay,
Yeah.
even better.
2.
Matt?
2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application to change the windows. We had TDLs approved for this structure. It's a renovation, and we're asking if we can use an SDL insulated window with, it's a Marvin window that you have approved in other similar situations. We've included some photographs of the Mutton profile. So it still is a wood window. It just does have double insulated glass. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sounds good. Questions for Matt, 5 Coffin Street?
No.
Okay, Mickey? Connie, you're on this one. Anything, Mickey? Nope. Who'd like to begin? Any concerns?
Motion to approve is submitted.
No, does anyone have any concerns?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, Val, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Just like that, we're on to 13 Starbucks, the last one of new business before Christmas.
And this
Merry
is
Christmas.
mine.
Merry Christmas. And I also want to say thank you for doing such a great job because you've caught up on the agenda. And I've told like countless people that we're not waiting 2 months to be heard anymore. we're being heard like in 2 weeks. And
And
it's,
we didn't make you a liar.
no, you didn't. And you did it. And I just appreciate it. It's a great example of like taking a system and improving it and doing a great job. So just thank you. And I tell everybody who will listen.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Let's see. So with that said, 13 Starbuck Road, and Barry, are you presenting?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Your
Thanks.
floor.
Thank you. So this is a application to enlarge a pool. They got approval for one of those raised out of the ground 18 inches spas, like the 7 by 13, I believe it was. And they want to do fully in ground and enlarge it.
Okay.
So this was on my consent list, and the only reason I didn't consent it is because I couldn't read the plan.
Oh, Lord.
Is there a
yes.
fence to block it from the road? Because it
There-
looks wide open in the
Yeah.
picture.
Well, there's no fence. It's sort of oblique from the view of the street, but they will put in any vegetation to mitigate the view. There's a couple of big apple trees, and I think underneath that we would do some vegetation. I don't think they really want to do fences.
So just to be clear, because when the picture you gave us is what's there now.
Can you pull it up? Because I don't have it in front of me, but the
Yeah.
picture I gave you,
It's a precedent photo.
It's wide open.
let's see. Yeah, that's why I note on the plan, like vegetation to hide in perpetuity. But it is sort of oblique, and I guess the vegetation is more, more groomed, so they whack it down on the street side. But I think vegetation would be required at the pool edge. Can you enlarge it? There's a note right by the pool under the trees saying vegetation as needed to screen, because it's that short end.
Yeah, but I couldn't read it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When you blow it up, it's fuzzy.
It's all fuzzy. Well, okay, sorry about that. It's crappy.
Okay, so Carrie, just to
but-
be clear, you're proposing vegetation not visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
Yes, there's a couple of apple trees on the site between the street and the pool. And right under those on the pool side, I think we would do some sort of vegetation to mitigate any viewing. But the street side has a lot of vegetation. It's just
Okay.
not evergreen.
So not visible time of inspection or thereafter. Val, do you have a concern with that?
No, I was just confused because it shows a shed too. And so anyway.
Shed's there.
That's there.
Just
Shed
have a
is there,
question.
yep.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, so Abby has a question, Abby.
Is the green around the corner, is that all privet?
It's all natural vegetation around the entire property. They do have, what are those things called? They're not Leyland cypress, but they're big,
Arborvitae.
yeah, on the right side of the property. But lining the driveway is like big grasses and stuff. So they whack those in the fall.
Okay,
In
so
the summer, you have all these big things on.
Carrie,
Yes.
I think where we're driving at is not visible time inspection or thereafter year round.
Yes,
Is
and that note is on the plan. I'm sorry it's not visible when you enlarge, but it is on the.
I'll
hard
make
drive.
that note on the approval.
So, and is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and Joe, you're on this. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
I have no concerns based on the caveat for visibility. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, and Abby will make the notation. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of November 18?
So moved.
It'll be those present, 4 people, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ray, Abby, Connie, and myself.
I'm abstaining.
And, pardon me?
I said I'm
Abstaining.
abstaining.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even call on you because I knew you would.
Okay.
No, I'm teasing. Next HCC meeting, December 16th, 2025. This will be the last old business meeting of 2025, folks.
See the last meeting.
It will also be the last meeting. Hopefully we'll be getting on here early. Okay, can I get with that a motion, John McLaughlin, motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And it'll be those
Oh.
present, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Poor
carries.
John.
What is it? What does that say? I never can remember it. Something
Unanimous.
unanimous.
Just say, just start with you.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Okay, thanks to everyone. I appreciate you sticking through it. Val, I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Good night.
Very good.
Night,
Bye, everybody. See you next week.
night, John boy.
Hmm.